dream. Schoolboy stuff, a sticky sweet romance. She makes you want to scream, wishing you could get another chance. So you fantasize away when you're squeezing her. You thought you heard her say, "Good girls don't, good girls don't," but she'd be telling you, "Good girls don't," but I do. So you call her on the phone to talk about the teachers that you hate. She says she's all alone and her parents won't be coming home till late. There's a ringing in your brain, 'cause you could have swore you thought you heard her say, "Good girls don't, good girls don't," but she'd be telling you, "Good girls don't," but I do. And it's a teenage sadness everyone has got to taste. And in between age madness that you know you can't erase, till she's sitting in your place. You're alone with her at last, and you're waiting till you think the time is right. 'Cause you heard she's pretty fast, and you're hoping that she'll give you something nice. So you start to make your play, 'cause you could have swore you thought you heard her say, "Good girls don't, good girls don't," but she'd be telling you, "Good
Hello, it's me. You may notice that I'm a line and not a camera because I just did not have time. I just did not have time, unfortunately, to get ready based on when I woke up. Because I went to sleep at like what must have been, gosh. I remember looking at the clock at being 6, but I definitely think I'd slept before then, so I think quite a few things were happening. Um, cool things happening in the rest of the world. That is to say, I had a nice message from the graphics card people who were like, "No, no, this card is definitely fucked. Like from the get go, this card was fucked. There's nothing to replace." thank you for Thank you for the 2 bits and calling me a 2-bit streamer, Callum. And also hello Callum, hello Royal Rainbow, and hello everybody else. I'm sorry there's no camera. I'm a mess. I'm not ready. I'm just looking at these pictures. The repair this had would never have lasted. This picture's a failed repair. Interesting. Close up looking down at connecting, see the exposed power and data lines that are not making contact. Nothing can be done about this. I'd return this to whoever you bought it from. That's yeah. So this card was never gonna work. But that's interesting because this gives me different consumer rights now, because it means that the person who sold it to me broken. Now you can return things quite a great deal longer later if they are like dead on arrival, than as opposed to as if it breaks afterwards. Up to like 2 years, I think. It's something ridiculous. And I think that also takes into account if you have to get someone to confirm that it's broken, like in the case of this. But yeah, no, I had to. I mean, I'm still probably gonna have to give them like, well, at least 60 quid, which is fine. So that means I guess I got another 60 quid to do whatever, unless I want to just give it back. Thank you so much, Islekips. Thank you so much for subbing. I was thinking about you yesterday, not in a weird way, but just like in that you said that this is your favorite stream, and I was like, that's so cool. That's so cool that I'm someone's favorite stream. There was a time when it was like I was rubbing elbows or whatever with a lot of other streamers where people said that, where I was like, that can't possibly be true. But now all those people have gone away. I'm like, I see who remains, and I'm like, hey, still number one. Wow, I better never quit streaming then, because it will. Hey, subs! I love them. Thank you so much, Royal Rainbow, for subscribing, who has also subscribed for 11 months. So you basically came in at the same time. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, one of them says a streak. I guess it could have been 11 months over. It doesn't matter. The streak stuff doesn't matter to me. The amount doesn't matter. I'm just pleased that people like it enough that that's like something that they can put into their lives. I think that's really cool. Yeah, graphics card not fixable, but maybe returnable, which will be good because it will mean I'll get 600 quid. I'm gonna do, I think, what Edinburgh's nicest boy did. Edinburgh's nicest boy. Has a shout out for him. He is a nice boy trying his best. He's only ever been nice. He's been nice in situations where like a lot of other streamers weren't, which is interesting. So what he did was he's buying it month by month, which I think is what I'm gonna do. Because to get a 3080 is like £1,500 or something, which I can't do. It was kind of a miracle that I even got this money in the first place, and it was only because of that sponsorship. I have also been looking at other sponsorships, because there's this thing called Lurk It, where if you're a streamer or a YouTuber of not a particularly large size, it seems like the minimum requirement is very, very low. Especially for YouTube, it's just like 100 subscribers. I'm like, that's not. I mean, it's been a long time since I ever tried to do anything on YouTube, but like that's really not that difficult. Trying to, is there anything else? Nope. That's you think you started watching at the end of February last year. What was happening in February? That was like I feel like that would have been Rust times. Maybe before Rust times. It's hard to tell. In my head, I was going that it's March, but I think actually it was a lot closer to the beginning of the year than I thought. Yeah, it's gonna be February again soon. I really wanted to make a sort of like previously, like last year, like a bunch of my clips put together in like a big video. Editing is a really big job though, and I never have enough free time that I'm also like engaged enough to do something like that. I feel like I would have to take a day off streaming, but then I would feel weird not streaming, so it would like I don't know, it would like upset my whole rhythm. I don't know if I even have a rhythm, but I'm doing my best. Um, yeah, no, it'd be good to have an introductory video or something, just because the quality of clips on this channel are actually very high. I have deleted some that didn't make sense because loads of people. There's a thing where if you hit the clip thing on Twitch, it automatically sometimes will make it just a clip of 30 seconds based on when you hit that, which is the thing you're supposed to edit from, but it should delete that when you're not doing it. Or I don't know if it's like a sort of lag compensation thing. So like, what if you click on that and then the thing breaks or something? So I do make sure. I mean, it's worth looking at your own clips to see if you've ever clipped something that doesn't make sense and deleting it. But generally, every 3 months or so, I just go through and delete the bad ones. There's somewhere like 6 people have clipped the same thing, and I'll just pick the one that's like the most succinctly does the thing and has the most amount of information, I guess, that gives it context, so it's like the funniest. Yeah, very easy to do it by accident on mobile. I feel like I've deleted a lot of yours. Actually, now that I think about it, I think that's probably the name that comes up the most. Other than test, hello. Yeah, that was an F. Uh, if you can hear me, press 1. Nice. Yeah, seems like the graphics card's not doing too well today because I'm pretty sure that Spectralizer crashed it. Um, I'm getting closer to understanding what OBS doesn't like, but for some reason Spectralizer being enabled. I'm gonna take a very close look at the graphics card as we go forward, though. Hopefully that doesn't come back, because the last time I had a problem like this, it was just a cycle of me having to restart the computer over and over and over and over again. Oh, this is gonna make putting this into a video difficult, isn't it? I was within 60 seconds. It should keep it in the same VOD. Let me look at my channel to see if that's true. Ooh, Bob Ross is on. I didn't know Bob Ross was on a Monday. Sorry, I got instantly distracted. Okay, it looks like it's still the same video. Okay, good. Not that it really matters. Let's close all these other tabs I have open. Like Fairy Core, Fairy Grunge playlist. That's I need to send that to myself. That's a Discord thing. Sorry, I just, you can't see this. You just send that to myself. There we go. Yeah, I guess I don't actually need my browser open. Yeah, as few things as possible. Just Disco Elysium and OBS. And then OBS has got chat and stuff. I tried to delete some of the scenes, not scenes, some of the things, I don't know what you would call them, that I had. The things that are smaller than scenes. Props? They're not called that, but I'm going to call them that. The props in OBS. Because I was concerned that maybe just having a lot of them in a scene was something that could contribute to that. But it seems like that hasn't done anything at all. In that case, who's messaging me on Discord? Who's messaging me on Discord? Oh, okay. Right, let's close Discord now. And let's play Disco Elysium. The game we've been playing for a few days. Da-da-da-da. Right. Last thing we did was we talked to this lady who I thought was going to be a big Thatcher. And she does seem like a rich lady, but she doesn't seem like an evil rich lady. She just seems like a evil in the sense of I don't have to question myself being rich kind of way, but not in a like I want starving children to not have anything to drink like Thatcher. I'm thinking we want to go talk to the union people, meet all the union people. Interesting, more complex than she first seems. Yeah, I mean, she's obviously she's talking about philosophy. She's actually engaging me in philosophy, even though I'm dressed like this. She said that we need to go and basically she leaked that a crime. She's a fucking snitch. She snitched a crime to us that we now have to investigate for her in order to, because I don't have my police badge. Let's put clothes back on. I think that these give me bonuses that oh, that's interesting. So they've got minuses. There's a plus conceptualization -1 suggestion. A real statement to wear, unsavory color. Savoir-faire is reduced because it's tighter on the thighs. Electrochemistry is increased because it's tighter on the crotch. That's amazing. Let's put my hat on. Hang on. We have to swap them out. Put my hat on. Put my hat on. There we go. Put my jacket on. Put my favorite pair of gloves on. Right. Here we go. Worst part of the game is that your favorite clothing set isn't the meta. I want to find more clothing. I mean, there was a guy that sold clothes. What was that jacket? How much did it cost? I feel like it was like 30 real or something. Right, so we want to be, we're like, oh gosh, we're here. It's interesting that her boat is on the map. We want to be over here. Interesting that there's all this other stuff. These look like soldiers. So the map's kind of revealing some stuff to us there, I think. Can I paint on this wall? I know I got a brush. I want to know what happens. Oh, nothing. Can't even see the wall. That's weird. Wait, is that a paint bucket? What is that? Can I reach that? Nope. Probably just a bucket. Yeah, we'll come back for this. We don't need all this right now. Come on, Kim. Time to talk to a mailbox or something. I'm supposed to have all these medical items I picked up, but they just seem to have like disappeared. Oh, look who's outside the store. It's not a child. I think. Oh, it's a new person. You see a sturdy woman humming to herself. She seems to be browsing books. A good one? Point to the book.
Yes? Hello?
Who are you?
Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
You can't just say that.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much.
Game sounds a little quiet to me for some reason.
Is she such a working class woman?
Why isn't she working? What are you doing?
Looking for something to read.
Good.
It is.
Alright, there's nothing I could do in that conversation except for just harass her, I think. Put that on my CV. Hi, computers. Just a working class person. I thought at first the child was still out here, and I was going to be angry at the woman inside, but it's good to see that it's not. The Man from Heimdall and the Wildfire. Is that the book she's looking at? Wait. We need to talk about D&D.
She's still browsing books.
Never mind. I was hoping there would be an option there. Hi, Game Machine. What was it with the GPU in the end? It was never properly repaired. There was no way. It literally was like you said. They just like RTX'd it together. Or thank you for shouting out Game Fiend. If it did work, it wasn't gonna work for very long. But so what I'm gonna do now is they deleted their eBay account that they sold it from. So I went to eBay and I said, they deleted their account, and they were like, oh, don't worry, this is their parent account. And I was like, huh? I didn't know that was a thing. Why was that not easily accessible information for me, a person who is being scammed? So I'm gonna get them to refund me, and if I can't do that, I'll get eBay to do that, which my housemate assures me is a thing that you can do. So I'll have 600 quid, and then I think I'll just do what Edinburgh's Nicest Boy did, which was to buy a graphics card but pay monthly instead. Because I'm like, I think the added value that it will give me will make that money back anyway. The pay via PayPal? No, PayPal is locked because they tried to steal money from me by not sending it to the person I sent it to, and then I got my bank to get it back. And then PayPal was like, we're gonna lock your account and talk to you about it, and then they just never unlocked it because of course not. PayPal's a vicious fucking system that was popularized by sex workers and now almost entirely chases sex workers. And just uses that same authority to just sort of like do whatever the fuck they want. eBay usually takes the buyer's side. They've always taken my side, but that's, I think, just because I'm better at listing the information that I need, like my legal rights and stuff like that.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito and
Right,
bricked
let's
holes.
pat this delivery box. Does that make me feel better? How did
The
you pay
box
them?
seems
Just
happy.
through eBay. Oh, that's a good point. Well, the problem is, if I got my bank to take it from eBay, I feel that they would just lock my eBay account, the same way with PayPal. Sex is selling a second-hand one for £100 more than I got it for new. What? Well, that just sounds like them, doesn't it? Oh, I didn't actually get healed from talking to that mailbox. Who's this? Oh, that's a character you can't talk to. Apparently there's a character called Rosemary in this, which I found out. Because I was looking up for a picture to put on Twitter. Because there's some very nice art in this game, just to entice people in, to bring them in. And I found out accidentally that there was a character called Rosemary. I don't know how that was like one of the first results. Well, I saw on eBay seemed like they've been used for crypto. Yeah, I didn't buy anything that seemed like that was the case. I kind of bought this because it just said it had been damaged, and I was like, oh, that'll be the thing. I've previously never had a problem with buying parts, and then I had 2 problems with 2 separate parts, where it seems like the sellers have lied to me as well. The weirdest one was when they were like, tried to accuse me of stealing a single cable from the CPU, sorry. Like, why would I do that? I did think it was weird that there seemed to be slightly less cables than there should be. What's GRIH? Greater Residential Industrial Park. Ah, okay. Right, let's go up and talk to the union. So it seems, as far as I know about this union, is that they're possibly kind of corrupt. Who was this? Hermetically sealed door locked by electronic means. There's no lock picking or door kicking this one. In case of strike, press button behind guards. Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna just get a new one if I can. Future belongs to Measurehead. Is this Measurehead? Measurehead crushes all. Measurehead is a powerful man. Oh, Measurehead. I'm a bit intimidated. I think someone standing and looking scary. a bunch of people smoking around and saying that Measurehead's amazing. That's weird. That's intimidating.
Body betrays your degeneracy.
Oh, good. So we're off to a great first start.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Let's size him up first.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology?
A ripple of muscle passes underneath his skin. He lets you look.
It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, Sandwich. You are not in danger because you are not a threat to me.
Weird race science. Yeah, it seems like everyone could smell his racism a mile off. Without your chest, still say nothing.
What is this androgynous display of sexual maturity?
He looks down on you, taking stock of your physique. You calm him, so it smells like feet.
Merely standing up makes you sweat profusely. Your breathing is
You
erratic.
can't even do
Your
that.
own heartbeat in your ears grows frantic, and you feel your blood pressure rise. Stop it! You are embarrassing yourself in front of this woman and your pedomorphic friend.
Wow, that's uncomfortable. Pedomorphic. Presumably this is meaning he looks like a pedophile, which is... he doesn't. He looks like a kind young man. He looks younger than he is, but that's exactly the sort of pseudoscience bullshit nonsense that right-wingers are into, right? Child size. Oh, okay. It's a real phrase, never mind. I forgot that the word pedo actually does mean child. It means baby, it's more specifically.
This display of weakness may appeal to older women with a stronger maternal instinct, but it is a liability here on Battlefield Martinez.
Okay.
Jean-Luc, his body is betraying his degeneracy pretty hard. Maybe you can ask him to leave.
What do you mean?
You have succumbed to Al Ghul.
His face contorts in disgust as if he were smelling a dead rat.
You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick.
What's Al Ghul?
Yes, Al Ghul.
Al Ghul.
He means alcohol.
You mean alcohol?
Correct. My small skull servant.
Well, now he's talking about my skull.
Al Ghul is an ancient Ilmaran poison, a parasitic fungus that has colonized your race. It is a trick the desert pygmies
That's that
played
word
on
again.
you for humiliating them and stripping them of their land.
This sounds very much like something I'm sure some right winger said before. Somebody was saying that about fucking was it like cheese food? Yeah, no, wasn't it the Times wrote that black British food was designed to punish us for slavery or some absolutely nonsense, like unprintable stuff, and yet they did. I remember that wasn't that long ago. Yeah. And also I can't remember if it was also the Times or if it was just right-wing journalist stuff in general was trying to come after Jaboy. I don't actually know how to say it. It's a particular type of cooking long grain rice that's, I want to say, prominent in Ghana. I'm not 100% sure. It's just rice. Tends to be in sweet dishes, I think. That they were saying something like 4 out of 5 people that ate it got sick, which is not true because they wouldn't make it if that were the case. Yeah. See, it seems so much sharper when he says it, but when the Times says it, they're like, "Ugh, we're so fancy." Journalism's in the fucking bin. It's so bad. Just another attempt at other people. Yeah, and to make people sort of like almost like angry at the wrong people for something that's not even a problem. Food that is not healthy for you is called poison. That we have a word for this. I want to be very clear.
Intentionally fermented drinks have existed for 10,000 years.
I would go on to say that fermented drinks is something that probably predates what we would call human intelligence, because there's quite a lot of animals that will drink fermented stuff and get drunk, including fruit flies and elephants, apes. I mean, dolphins do stuff that's very similar to that. Old fruit for eggs, yeah. If fruit flies get rejected for a mate, they go and get drunk. They didn't invent alcohol.
This is a fabrication the alchemists of Yizot and Bashir and their Holam and Hul have fed your people. Go on believing in it, race loser.
I don't think that's how history works.
Why don't you have another drink? Your features are not yet congenitally deformed enough.
Oh yeah, Measurehead.
Babe looks at him with eyes full of admiration that transcends the merely sexual. Okay. I don't have a problem. Well, I do have a problem. You're right, I'm a sieve of alcohol, but I still need that body down from it.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the ham sandwich race is waning.
Ham sandwich race. See, I would have thought he was more of a ham sandwich if anything else, but Smooth Criminal. Smooth Criminal was doing something I thought that was very funny, which was to take tier lists and then subverting them. So he was doing a stream where he was ranking all of the animals as to how likely he could to win in a fight with them. But let me say, there was some absolutely suspicious flexing of logic. For example, for a horse, he said that he would just befriend it as he would any animal on a farm, dressed as a farmer, and then he would hit it with a rock. Which I'm like, I don't know if you've ever tried to get near any farm animal on any farm ever and you're a new person it's not seen before, but its immediate thought is that it's going to be murdered by you until it calms down, and even then it's still suspicious, so that would take a long time. But if we really want to get into it, if it can just be any human tool ever, every single one of those animals on the list has been killed by a human using a specific tool to kill that animal. So like, for whale, you might as well just go whaling. You know, I was trying to tell you, I was like, whaling's been a thing since like the 1600s. Like, just get on a creaky old wooden ship and throw some hooks at it. Yeah, what's that rock for? But yes, animals will need the fortification of being pissed to take you on. I mean, you could. I want to just do a parody of that stream and just get a tier list and put every single animal on the top of like, I will turn this animal into powder, because like, what if I had a tank? That's a human-made thing. What if I had a tank and I just shot it? I mean, I don't know how to run a tank, and it does take actually quite a lot of learning to be training to be able to do one, and a full team of people. So you can maybe disqualify me on that point, but like, a grenade launcher? I could probably figure out how to use that. A bazooka? Maybe not so much that. Probably not that difficult to use. Fighting a whale on land? Well, actually, if anything, I think a whale on land is more dangerous, because when I think about all the whales that have been on land that have just like died and exploded or whatever. Depends what prep time you have. Night school for tank driving. Yeah, what if you're fighting all of these animals in order, and while you're doing that, you're also attending night school for tanks. You're leaving all your big animals for the end. This is like an awful conversation, though, isn't it? This is the kind of thing that, like, all the rich hunters and stuff have as genuine conversations of like, yes, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, what a discussion.
Does this remind you of someone? The guy down there?
That fat racist over there, point to the racist lorry man. You're just him after pumping some iron.
Look at my craniology.
Oh god.
I am the
Phrenology.
pinnacle of my haplogroup. The pink blob is a bad example, even of yours. It saddens me. You were once a noble and powerful race.
It's weird to have a racist of a different ethnicity. Because the way I look at racism is that all of it derives power from white supremacy, which is kind of the original racism. Or at least the significant one. It's so weird to then have someone be racist to him. That doesn't even make any sense.
You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft.
Ooh.
You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Khoikos. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture.
I suppose this is probably what it's like to talk to a racist Italian person, right? Because that seems like that's probably there's enough of a gap. All this nonsense about, well, the Roman Empire collapsed because everyone was into nice things and being effeminate. No, the Roman Empire collapsed because it spent so much fucking money on its churches it couldn't afford to do anything. And then the church essentially became the sort of like the empire of empires, because every fucking king was like, oh no, the Pope's mad at me, I need to do what the Pope says. Anyway. If you want to topple an empire, just make it too expensive. That's what stopped the Second World War. It's just people running out of money. And a strike stopped the First World War.
You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
I really hope she doesn't know anything that he's talking about. Also, it's very spooky and interesting how they've got him in the background of that character. So she like can't even speak without... I mean, he's just using it to speak, I suppose.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
I touch that button, I'm dying.
This man is not budging. Let's hope his superiors inside are more cooperative.
Can I just need you to move like 20 centimeters back?
It is my task to keep the degenerate drunks from entering the army.
It's your people put... I don't know, it's just an accusation. I'm not gonna touch him because he will kill me.
We still need to get into the harbor. We need help with the tree situation. There must be another way.
I actually walked past him. Can I click on that? No. Oh, damn it. I mean, the Union doesn't necessarily agree with his awful opinions. It's clear that he's just a monster that they can put to scare everybody else off. Game reminds me of the OG Fallouts. Yeah. A little bit. Oh, I want to ask this guy about his clothes and see if I can get an answer about that.
Right to work!
No, there's no new options. Yeah, so we want to talk to the Union people in the bar. Seeing as we've, I think, pretty much exhausted all other places to talk to people. Boom, boom. So, if you don't know Game of Fiend, it's set in a slightly alternate world. There's a lot of very similar things. But for example, this is a cool looking car within this world. You can see it looks a lot like a carriage. I think they even sometimes call them carriages. And then these are like the lorries and stuff. So things are very similar, but not quite. Not quite. And if I was to try and guess what sort of era, it's sort of kind of close to being like the 80s, 90s or something. You learn more about it the more you play. It's initially was quite confusing, but I'm starting to understand. And you're a detective with a lieutenant trying to solve a murder that happened like a week ago because they don't have any funding. Everyone's very depressed. Favorite thing about this game is the lack of dedicated combat system, because the thing that frustrates you about RPGs is they all end up being war games. Yeah, I wouldn't want to just be able to sort of punch me. You could conceivably make a character that could just punch his way through problems, but I don't know if it would actually solve anything. I'm actually interested in, after playing this, maybe playing it a second time, but trying to do it as dangerously as possible and try and fuck up the case and try and just attack people and see what happens. See if I can actually win the game. No, this is what you studied law
Let
for.
me handle this.
The woman says to the crowd in the mess hall before turning to you.
Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martin.
Hi, Steen. Good to see you.
You've forgotten.
Hang on, let me.
I advise you not to overstay your welcome.
Oop, fuck. Sorry, I was trying to give you a shout out, but you couldn't see that I was failing to spell your name. You streamed this morning, didn't you? I don't think I caught it. Because I woke up so late. But I've been watching Steen stream basically every morning and having just a grand time. Steen's a very nice and good person with like a very clear heart on him. I feel very lucky that I get not only to see his stream, but he comes in here. I think it's very cool. If you're not following Steen, please do. He's so nice. And so is Gamer Fiend and Smooth Criminal and lots of other people that we have here. What a cool community. I'm almost like scared to call it a community just because I've been burned by other communities, but like it is. It's a community, like a good thing. You know, people who give a shit about putting the effort in, and don't give a shit about the things that they shouldn't do. You know what I mean?
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
You lied to me. You're not a gardener.
That's right. I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union.
Thank you, Risa Caps. That's a very nice thing to say. I am. No, that kind of gardener. No! Ah! This is a character that I met before who essentially gave me a pair of gloves.
So let's get to it.
Although she's probably about as dangerous
You're
as the
looking for
gardener.
Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you?
Titus
Maybe
Hardy.
he does.
I don't even remember if Titus Hardy is someone that we're looking for.
That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have to.
Alright, Kim.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
What's your role in this?
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems?
I like her. Stands up to the police. What if I want to talk to you, not Titus?
What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one.
What are you gonna do to me? Ken is not satisfied with the approach.
What are we going to do to you?
She starts laughing. It's a cold laughter devoid of joy.
The union isn't going to do anything to you. It is not a crime syndicate. It is a labor organization.
I think it might be both.
Goddamn right it is.
Oh, that's Titus. Hey, Cullen's skinked. For some reason, every time I see it, I want to say skinheads. Sorry. Good to see you. We're just playing some Disco Elysium. I can't switch on the I could switch on the camera, but I look awful, and I can't switch on the voice line because it was crashing OBS. So we're a no camera, just me talking. Funny enough, you're a baldy. Well, there you go then. Love a good baldy. We're talking to a legal counselor for a union, and we are a police officer. That's the funny thing about this, because people will be awful to my character, and I'll just go, yes, take that, police, take that, me. I do like how pathetic this character can be. There's something very funny about that.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But we digress.
Why are you so aggressive?
Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence. These people are just dock workers.
Well, you got me there.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects. Just dock workers.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguard.
She's not wrong.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders.
We've got several options here. We've got the world needs a financial buffer zone. No need to get emotional. Privatization is not unlawful. It's cool and funny. Maybe you're just not historic individuals. Well, that sounds a very alt-right response. I don't know where you heard that, but it's wrong. The RCM is principled and strong, unlike you socialists. That's a regular sort of conservative answer. I like that. Good start. Let's take it a step further. Armed uprising. What are the union's plans? I mean, no one's gonna believe that. But fuck it.
Look, a comedian. Do your
Yeah.
job, ask your questions, then get out of Martinez.
Strange. It's as if people don't believe a cop could be a socialist revolutionary.
I don't think it could be, not whilst being a cop. Right, I'm gonna talk to Titus then. Great stuff. What's this out the window? Can I see directly out the window? Right, let's talk to Titus then.
This is where you say your bit.
Wait, that sounds like fucking Metal Franklin, doesn't he? Like it sounds, if Metal Franklin had a dad. This is where you say your bit.
Detective.
Don't say anything yet.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
Do not let their squeals disturb your serenity. These are but simple peasants, sire.
I like the drama's constantly calling me sire. We need to talk about the hanged man outside.
Oh, this is about him. A real looker, that one.
Metal Franklin. Dad. Daddy. You're my son, Metal Franklin. That almost sounds like a Wild RP character. Gosh, I really wanted to be on that server so badly.
You're sure taking your time, waiting for him to get ripe and pretty for you, huh?
Oh, he was a real pretty boy by now. Real hot stuff. Letting out that pretty boy smell.
Time to go to work in the shit factory!
That's the second time someone said shit factory.
Easy, boys. These janitors have a hell of a job cut out for them. I mean, I wouldn't go in there for $1 million.
Metal Franklin stealing all your stuff. Did Metal Franklin steal your stuff? I don't remember stealing anything as Metal Franklin. Metal Franklin's generous. And I'm trying to think really hard if I remember stealing it. I mean, he did technically murder at first, but that's not actually canon Metal Franklin anyway, so.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard. Chances are they're going to match.
Absolutely. Scan the room.
Starting from the right. Boot size 44. Blonde man. In his 30s. Overbearingly masculine.
A very 70s vision of masculinity.
Sitting on his right. Standard working boots. size 45 or 46, eldest in the room, probably mid-50s, smoker, quiet.
Shit factory line reminded you of a character in Borderlands who screams, "I'm the conductor of the poop train."
Across at the other table, hobnailed working boots, size 43, gang tattoos, Mesk or Sarah Mauritian, in his late 30s, early 40s. He spent his youth in Villa Labos, a housing project in the Jamrock Quarter. There were incarcerations, hard to say what else. The ink is fading. And then, standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 46, the big dick, wide at the shoulders and lean at the hips, rugby cap, fingerless gloves, and numerous scars, a little under 40.
What's really weird to me is I'm 30, right? And I'm starting to come across characters and stuff from pictures of people or whatever where they're like, oh, you know, they're like 30 something. So this guy's a little under 40. So my real life age is less than 10 years away from this guy. But I don't know how I feel about that.
The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch below it reads T. Hardy.
If only I
Captain.
still had the pin.
In the far corner, standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 44, 40-something, non-alcoholic beverage in hand. You squint. Is that a plectrum?
Where?
On his neck. Forget it. It's not important. Let's call this one the musician.
And the little guy?
Size 41, with the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man with a rat face, mean, watery eyes, and 2 front teeth missing. In the middle, heaving and wheezing. Big guy. Boot size 46, deep marks. Probably carried the victim over. He alone is 130 kilos. Add the man in armor, and you could easily exceed 220.
What's that mystery solving is?
In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, but there's a discrepancy.
One of them is missing, the odd soul.
Exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything. Hit them with questions. Where's the 8th Hardy?
The fuck is with you, fella?
On 8 sets of footprints, but there's only 7 of you. Where is the 8th Hardy boy?
What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy boy. There's 7 of us and we're all here.
He sizes you up.
Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy boy? We ain't hiring.
Shakes his head.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want, cop?
Hey, boss, you know how you were saying how there's not 8 of us? Well, we were thinking that we could hire the 8th.
any like I know he's any villain dynamic where there's like I love that stuff. I really like the idea of like a villain who's like just like a suit, right? Like a shitty businessman or something who ends up through their own evil unlocking something much worse, like a fucking demon or something. I really love that. You don't get that one so often though. I had this idea actually for this comic where it's kind of like RoboCop, I suppose, except it's not a comedy, it's not a satire, it's more like a horror thing. Because I was just thinking of like, because of Jordan Peele's Get Out and all that sort of stuff, he made horror on the basis of racism, a thing that he experiences, and I was like, that's such an interesting, I don't know if this has been done before, but that seems like a new way of looking at horror, like stuff that actually does exist. I know horror is allegory for stuff and things like that, but I was thinking like, what's something that's like truly horrific to me? And it was this idea of like a a robotic cop that wasn't even necessarily super powerful, although it would also be that. But the real horror was in the fact that it had the permission to do whatever. You know, it had the right to kill people. It had the right to, it had all the relevant permissions for basically to do anything. And then it just set out to be evil to everybody. Like, all the sort of police in the world got together and were like, right, we're going to build this robot. And also this idea of this robot being like self-aware of how evil it was, like genuinely like all of your mistakes have led to me kind of thing. And they're like, could you stop telling everybody that stuff? Like the idea of knowing what evil is and then doing it anyway. I keep thinking about this idea. I don't know how to put it together though, but it is a fun idea. Anyway, that's unrelated to this. You like No Polar? I haven't actually watched it, but I have this problem with when people make really good films, I don't want to pirate them because I want to actually pay for them, but I don't have any money, so I just end up not watching them. The same with a few other films. I guess I have broken that rule a few times, but well, I don't know. Piracy tends to lead to purchases anyway, so maybe I'll just do that and then buy the Blu-ray of them or whatever. Thinking about going to the Bay more and more. I think the thing is everybody's just stealing. Like, not even just piracy, I just openly, brazenly in shops and everything. Everybody's just stealing, and it's against TOS to advocate for breaking the law, but also like, fucking come on, really? Like, come on. Like, there's a certain element of capitalism that only exists based on our agreement, right? It's a small part of it, but if they're really gonna fuck us over and make us pay to exist, maybe no. Maybe no, actually. Maybe it's our moral duty to steal because we only have this life. I don't know. Anyway, that would be TOS to say that. Just in case anyone was wondering, I like to clarify the rules here occasionally.
It has to be good if he won't let you pursue it. Looks like the lieutenant thinks so too.
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
It's not that child that was painting, was it?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. End.
Be announcing this in court that Hughes Roseby told me to do it. Well, Steen, I can just delete this video. This VOD, I mean. And then you've got nothing to go on. In fact, you're actually in a worse position because you've actually typed that out. I think written admissions is worse than spoken ones or something. Yeah, this is an anti-theft stream. We don't steal here. We don't advise people to steal. We don't say things like, if you're ever picked up by the police, ask for the duty solicitor and they can hold you for 8 hours, but they can't actually charge you with anything. We wouldn't say, actually, that's just legal advice in general. So I think we could say, if you ever get arrested, ask for the duty solicitor, who is a free solicitor that will protect your legal right. And even if the police try and intimidate you, I think they can only hold you for about 8 hours. So I can actually say that one. You like that stricken from the record? No! This isn't a court. I used to be afraid to say anything on Twitch that would upset Amazon, and then I realized that Amazon doesn't give a shit because it's such a big company. Like, this whole process of streaming is just automatically giving them money, right? Good old anti-theft has ever such light fingers. What a very poetic way of saying that. Also, it's worth mentioning the majority of petty theft in the world is committed by police officers. This is true.
You're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Interesting.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
The man hanged in the backyard. Did you do it?
The pretty boy. You guys really love talking about that pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Why is there a container belt around his neck?
Container belt, like we use in the harbor?
Yes, why?
Because we took it from the harbor where we work. Then we went out back and used it to hang him.
Ah, okay, so it's one of those situations. He's so confident he doesn't even need to hide it.
We did this together, all of us, until he was dead. That's why there's a container belt around his neck.
Ah, so you just... Ah, the game's over, we got the perpetrator.
No, you don't. What you have is 7 honest men who thought it forthcoming to tell you what happened, so that you don't waste any more of your time.
What?
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic.
Okay. You murdered him just like that? No remorse?
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
Chaise électrique is the method of capital punishment in Revachol under the Coalition. During the suzerain's reign, it used to be the firing squad.
It's me scribbling in my notebook, right? Okay, thanks for seeing it. Yeah, pretty much. Capital punishment, is that... Wait, hang on. Corporal punishment is beating, right? And then capital punishment is killing. So, the electric chair, presume... Chair's electric... Okay, yeah, there we go.
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
It's as if it were worse than dying. Most people that have been to jail don't want to go there ever again. I think something really telling was that homeless people in the UK who have been to jail say that they prefer being homeless to being in jail. That tells you how bad jail is. We don't know anything about how bad jail is. Also, we live in a very wet country. I don't know if anyone's been struggling to get mold out of their house. Imagine this is a building that's existed for potentially centuries, where no one gives a shit. Can you imagine? What do I say? I mean, I'm not going to say that. What we do is different. We enforce the law. You just kill people like it's nothing.
But you see, a lawman, is something people agree upon. And here in Martinez, we agreed that this man had to die.
This isn't something he came up with on the spot. It's his standard reasoning, a product of many years of being Titus Hardy.
Who called the shots that night?
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy boy without arresting all Hardy boys. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
A shadow of a smirk passes her lips as she tilts her head.
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
But no, seriously, who calls the shots around here?
Who do you fucking think does?
Sounds more amused than angry. Okay, point to him. You do. You give the commands.
That's right, asshole. Titus Hardy runs the Hardy Boys. Ain't that so, fellas?
I think you got your answer, Mr. Law.
No, you did not get an answer. Titus does administrative work. He pushes paper, fills out forms. The others can't read. But on that night, they all acted as one man.
It's very interesting. This is a very interesting conversation because he's just like, yeah, we did it. So what? And you would think, okay, well, we can fuck him on that because we can write that down and I've got someone else who's here too. But then she's just like, this is how we will argue it in court. So good luck. And I mean, they seem pretty grim. I don't think I agree with hanging people, but I don't know what this guy did either, so... when did this hanging incident occur?
You don't have to keep answering his questions.
Fixer turns to remind Titus.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night.
I'm a big wizard!
Good way to end the week.
Thank you, 15 Toads, for the big wizard. Welcome, hello. We're talking to the union now.
Pastor, I'm a big wizard.
Hi, Cat, as well. Let's become a wizard pasta.
I'm a big pasta wizard.
I did have some pasta this morning, so in a way, I was a pasta wizard. I've been cooking
One
myself
single bit.
Thanks. I forgot how loud that was as well. Thank you for the single bit, Callum.
Pastor, I'm a big wizard.
I need to get more. There's I did one for 3 bits. Can't remember if I've done one for 4 bits.
2-bit stream.
I've recorded one for 5 bits, but I need to re-record it. And then I think it just does the default one for 5 bits, which should be something.
Yes, 3 of us.
Yeah, there we go. That's a little "Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared" reference, which I think is the best thing that's ever come out of British television ever. So that's what we have so far. Oh yeah, we have a cheese. How many commands do we have? We have a few commands that didn't make sense anymore, so I deleted them. That's the code for cheese in Skyrim when we were spawning cheese. I feel like I've got a dead boy.
Known him?
Oops.
We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
I think we have a Dead by Daylight thing. Yeah, there we go. If you want to add me on Dead by Daylight, that's a thing. I'm just going to read this out because it got a little bit distracted with all the big wizards and stuff. I know Lizzie, relax. He takes a sip. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week. And like, how long have you known the victim? Known him, we don't associate with scum like that, you asshole. I didn't add the society thing.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
Okay.
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier? The representative for White Pines? The same company you are striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what?
Presumably means the scab guy?
Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's true.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
Okay. Why did you kill him?
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town.
So he was a mercenary, that's it?
And he stepped out of line.
He's a worthless mercenary scum, and he stepped out of line in my town.
Oh, so he's a mercenary.
And he stepped out of line.
Oh, I see. What's that you're drinking?
It's a coffee, and it stepped out of line.
Just like the same way every time.
Oh no, it's 6 o'clock, and I'm out of time.
Right. Why did you hang that man?
We did it for the vine.
Anyway.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade, right here in our bar.
This one has a special gripe with him coming here.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
How did you know he's in the Special Forces?
Cause one night he walked straight up to the mic and said, "I'm one of these goddamn Special Forces, and I'm gonna fuck you all."
There's no subtlety in this town at all, apparently. Everyone just announces their intentions.
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some Oranese paratrooper song, and said he's gonna fuck everyone.
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did, right there. Like some kind of animal.
Sire, the tale is true. This is a serious violation of the karaoke code.
It's not. I've learned everyone hates. Well, they don't hate. Everyone's quite annoyed at English. The English. I was gonna say English speakers, but other English speakers don't have this problem. Apparently, it's karaoke. It's like karaoke, but we say karaoke, karaoke. Which when I learned about that, I thought that's so funny. I genuinely, I really like it when English people are made fun of, because we don't have a leg to stand on in any situation, and I really like to see powerful people fall all the time. Yeah, no, we pronounce it wrong and go, "Can I play karaoke?" Ever since I learned that, I just go to myself, go karaoke, karaoke, karaoke. It's something like that, because it's a Japanese word, I think, maybe, or at least it's within that region of languages. Okay, besides crimes against karaoke, what did he actually do wrong?
Wrong? He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
Oh.
From rape to harassment to threats of violence. Why the strange de-escalation? He regrets mentioning it. Hopes you didn't notice.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. That was before he started coming here.
Well, you need to learn the accents just for giggles. Honestly, if you just listen to Pastor, there we go. If you just listen to anyone talk long enough, I think you can start to, like, especially if their accent is like considerably different to your own, you can just in person, you almost like know what the sound is going to sound like before it happens, which I think that's something very interesting about accents, that there's almost like an implicit direction that exists for words that haven't even been spoken, and that's the accent. Although sometimes you get certain particular things, but like lots of English accents. England's got a lot of accents, and of course, I mean, I'm sure Wales has lots of different accents. I just only know that there's Welsh. Ireland has a few accents. Scotland has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 accents I'm aware of. I know there's going to be more than that, but that's all I'm aware of. Northern Ireland obviously has different accents to the Republic of Ireland. But yeah, no, I because there's just so many people crammed onto this island. That's not true. There aren't really that many people crammed to the island. I think more realistically, there's a lot of places for people to live, that have lived for a long time and sometimes quite isolated from the other places. So it helps develop all these accents. North and South Wales are practically different languages. Yeah, because I imagine, I have a feeling that North Wales probably gets a lot of influence from Liverpool, which gets a lot of influence from Ireland. So it probably does all sorts of weird things. And also, there's places in Wales that have English accents that sound more English than English accents do, because they're quite old, because like rich English people have sort of moved in and repeatedly and stuff. Hate that Americans have the single accent for Ireland leprechauns. So I did something. I used to roleplay, and I don't do this now because I don't think it's appropriate. But I made this roleplay character who was an Irish character because I just wanted to. I wasn't as experienced an actor. I was like, well, if I have an accent, it can make me seem cool. So I sat down for ages and I watched loads of Dara O'Brien, who has a sort of, I think, a kind of Dublin accent, except when he's performing, it's quite sort of exaggerated. And every single person that I came in contact with, like almost all of them were like, haha, leprechauns. And I was like, wow, is it really like, is this what it's like to be Irish? But now I feel like it's not appropriate for me to perform something that perform as a person who has typically been oppressed by me. I don't think that's appropriate. There's worse versions of that, certainly. But I was like, okay, I'm not going to do that anymore. But yeah, no, it was quite eye-opening. I learned a lot about Ireland because I was like, well, if I'm going to be acting it, I might as well know it. There's loads of stuff with, like, for some reason, Northern actors keep getting given Scottish roles because I guess things that sound different in Northern accents are a little bit closer to Scotland from the perspective of the south of England. without actually giving Scottish people any money, I guess. Surprised how varied France is. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The fact that France is all one country, again, that's weird, because historically it's been all over the place. Same with English people, think they all have this posh accent. Every time I speak, I can hear the poshness in me, and there's lots of reasons for that. Like, if you have a parent that's a teacher, it's quite common that you get like a posher accent. I was sort of middle class, so that also contributes. And also I have had actual like acting training for talking, which makes me pronounce things more, that makes me sound posher as well. I have a slightly different accent every time. Yeah, I think that's more realistic, right? Probably because of the big old mountain range in the middle of them. Oh, as a learner, you have to decide whether you're leaning north-south or a horrible bastardization of both. I would want to be a bastardization of both, I guess. I don't know. Every state in the US has different accent, even the towns in the state. So the thing that's interesting about the American accent is that it leans very heavily on a few things. It sounds quite Dutch. It obviously sounds kind of English-ish. In certain areas, there's a bit of a French thing, but usually the French comes through a different, like in New Orleans or something. It's like France through something that France owned. In the South, there's more of a twang that honestly probably comes from West Africa due to the enormous amount of slavery that went on there. In the north of America, particularly in Canada, you tend to get more German, especially in what's that place where they're all like, oh yeah, Minnesota, because they had a huge number of German settlers. But this is and if you look at New York as well, different neighborhoods in New York, you can figure out the predominant people who moved there based on the local kind of New York accent. So there's one that's like, oh, New York, which is that I think comes primarily from the Jewish population in New York, and even as I said that, there's a little bit of Italian twang in it, you know. Hello Taki, you prepared for approximately 70 minutes of stream-based entertainment. I'll do my best. We're talking to union people, and they've just said that they hung the guy without even worrying about it. They're just like, yeah, we hung him because we hate him. It's based on where they're from in New York. Yeah. But the biggest thing that the two things that make an accent is separation from people. So things that are like what's the word? You know, like buzzwords and stuff, like things that people come up with stuff that affects it. And the other one is people moving into it. So that's why Liverpool sounds the way it does, because of consistent influx of Irish accents, basically. Huh? Did I miss a bit of chat? She was screaming at him, "We don't speak like that." Was that relevant to this conversation? It sounds like it was. I don't think you meant to type that there. Whatever that is, that sounds like fun. Yeah, I find linguistic history, I think, is really interesting. Message before didn't send. Okay. Because it can tell you a lot. Conflict of moderation. I didn't even... That must be something that Twitch has, because I didn't even get a message for that. Liverpool is generally considered the finest accent in the Milky Way galaxy. That just makes me think of the chocolate bars. It's interesting. A lot of accents that aren't liked in England are liked by everybody else outside of England. So, for example, down around like Birmingham and what's the other big city there? Bristol, all those kind of accents. Mostly, what was weird is people who live local to there don't like the accent, which is interesting. But internationally, that's the most liked accent in England. Is that area of England? It wasn't in mod view. Yeah, no, mod view. If it was something I set, I think we would get a mod message. But I think if it's a Twitch thing, I don't even know what that could be. Most think of the London accent over here where I am. Well, it's like which London? Because London has its own accent, But then London also has a sort of amalgamation of London accent, but then that has also changed depending on who's been moving into London. So like as we started renewed conflicts in the Middle East, and got a lot of people moving over because they were fleeing the war-torn land that we'd created for them and going to somewhere where there wasn't war, that shifted the accent in a very sort of like Arabian direction, I want to say. Maybe that's a bit too much Arabian. I mean, it's not the Arabian Peninsula. It's close to the Arabian Peninsula. Is Iraq in the Arabian Peninsula? Is it like just in? I don't know my geography as well as I would like, but better than a few people. Kind of like how people default to New York or country X. Yeah, I mean, I'm guilty of doing that all the time. Where like, even Metal Franklin. If you slow down Metal Franklin's voice, it's kind of like this, Metal Franklin, but faster, Metal Franklin, to make him sound more like a goblin. New York, what a wonderful town. But that just sounds like Linda Belcher. Metal Hardy Boy. What? Imagine if we were playing through this and we're trying to figure this out, and then actual Metal Franklin, like little drawn in paint Metal Franklin jumps out. It's like, it's me. We've been waiting so long for you to play this game. Just no one ever told me. I think I would be so scared. I would be like, right, I'm ending a stream. I need to go. I need to get out of here. Right, so they're talking about how they murdered this guy.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started to come in here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
And is trying to make sense of this flood of information.
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl. Young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt! Why
Holy
don't you
shit.
show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Oh, this is getting kind of grim, isn't it? I was recently watching a clip of Hector Bellerin, the Spaniard who lived in London since he was a teenager, and he had a class mixed accent. People at the club were concerned that he sounded too common because he picked up his accent and slang from other English lads in the academy, and the club rang his mum up to say it was a problem. He played from Arsenal, we should add. Something that's interesting to me, so I was born in the Midlands, which is considered to not really have a very strong accent. I think it does, though. It has some things that Yorkshire has, just not as strongly. And it has some things that the south of England has, but not as strongly. I think they say Bath there, but I say Bath. But when I moved to Sheffield, people were like, oh, you're posh. And the thing is, depending on what... I can tell what class of people are based on how they regard the way that I speak. So, like, more middle or upper middle class people will actually regard me as being, like, kind of a bit of a rough person. And, you know, proper working class people sort of regard me as being a bit of a posh one. So I'm like, where do I lie in this? I don't understand. I think I sound posher than I am. That's not to say there's not some poshness, but like, yeah. Okay, let's ask him about this. I'm sorry if this is a triggering topic of conversation to people, but we're talking about someone getting sexually assaulted here. It is part of the game. I'm more interested in that crime than the hanging at this point, I think.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
He repeats like a parrot.
There's something odd here.
There is something odd there.
Seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned. Why not? This is a serious allegation. Make them talk about it.
Who did he rape then? This is a very serious allegation.
No. You're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter. And I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
Now that can seem like quite an extreme response, but it is in the news at the moment. about just how much the police do not care about prosecuting rape or following up on it, because quite often it's their officers doing it. Yeah, again, I'm sorry if this is gonna be quite a difficult topic. How did you kill him?
We hanged him up by his neck until he got real still. Wasn't that obvious, copper?
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
This is where an autopsy would come in handy. You have to work with what you know.
We need more. Did you muffle him? We haven't heard reports of screams.
Titus, you don't have to clarify anything.
We overpowered him, dragged his unconscious body to the tree, put a noose around his neck, and hanged him till he was dead and steady.
Yeah, I don't know how it goes in the UK. I think you have to at least be in a... What do they call it? It's like a legal course. But in America, you actually don't really need any training at all to be a police officer. Sometimes you don't even have to specify if you've committed violent crimes before. Same with gun ownership as well.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
Although you'd be interested, like most problems in the world, it's the Brits' fault. The reason that America's so big about guns is white supremacy, but primarily is because of white supremacy, where we sent them out and basically said, okay, go to America and claim bits of America for us. Here is your gun. That's your right as a person that lives in America. So it was Britain. Again. Like a bunch of people have weapons in their hands. How did this happen? Could it be America? Could it be Britain? There's not really anybody else that does that. I mean, there are, but not to the same scale.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first. Then see if it all adds up.
Okay. How can we make them uncomfortable? Can't do that. Wasn't he a trained killer from the Oranges Special Force? If yes, how did you manage to overpower him? Fart really loudly in front of him. Did you see someone got charged recently with farting at a police officer because he was being strip searched? And he farted at them and said, how do they like that? So they've made him do like community service or something. Which kind of hides the fact that, yeah, that someone was getting strip searched. Did you know, as of the Boris Johnson government, that police officers do not need reasonable suspicion to search anybody? 75 hours. Yeah. No, they're incredibly thin-skinned. That's why they became police officers. So they could boss people around who are legally obligated to accept it. Which is very horrifying. I don't know why it took me so long to realize that cops are awful when every single interaction I'd had with them was bad. I guess white supremacy, to be honest. Wasn't he a trained killer? Yeah, how did you manage to overpower him?
With numbers, asshole. How do you think? You're right, Lizzie. I've done enough explaining here.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Where did this overpowering happen?
Weren't you fucking listening? The fucker came to our bar. It happened right here.
This one has a distinct style. He puts so much whiny emotion into everything he says, it's hard to see if he's lying.
What are the charges? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal?
In Connecticut, they had a lawsuit where a guy was barred from being a copper for being too smart. He sued and lost, and they were first allowed to bar people for being intelligent. Oops. Yeah, this is the unfortunate thing about losing or winning a case is that you set legal precedent. That's kind of funny, though. That's it, because that's something I'll always remember. Connecticut cops are not allowed to be intelligent. What was the other thing I was thinking about? I don't remember. Right. Ooh. Shanky might be lying. 42%? Please, 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 please.
Actually,
Ah!
they're admirably surprisingly composed. The entire room. Given how many questions you've lobbed their way.
All of them? Maybe one of them is fidgeting, cracking under the pressure.
Well, this one. But he's always fidgeting, so don't get your hopes up.
Right, I have questions about the lynching.
Like what, Copper?
So, what are we gonna do now?
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
Prove your authority to Titus Hardy.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus.
Lieutenant closes his notebook.
I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder. Even if it is a group responsibility. We're going to look into this.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
This is funny. Authority. The difficulty says godly. I don't know how high that is, but that sounds pretty big. Because we discussed the 8 Hardy gives me slightly more than 0%. No, I don't have... I have authority 0. I'm gonna leave now. Don't hurt me as I go out the building, please. Admire not saves coming to complete checks like I did over and over. There's a I did do that for punching a door just to see if I could succeed that. But double 6 or fail. Right, okay. Game does a good job of accommodating failure, make it rich part of the experience with one notable failure. Yeah, no, I did notice that even if I fail it, there's still like... doesn't mean that that line is over forever. It still gives me the option to at least know what I'm missing, I guess. Did I ever figure out that door? Mystery of the blue door.
You see a heavy steel the door doesn't...
Yeah, no. I tried booting Measurehead. I didn't try doing anything to Measurehead because I feel like not only would he snap me in half and kill me, that he would also somehow kill me in the real life, in the real world. Right, what the fuck do we do now? So we've spoken to them and they're like, yeah, we killed them. Choices info on the lynching. That's probably worth. Yeah, that's the next person to talk to. You actually got it first try on 3%. Loaded it to make sure it wasn't a rigged thing. How did I resolve my debt to Gart? He tried to run away and smacked into in the wheelchair. Kim had some shiny rims for his car that he'd taken from an arrest. That he was like, oh, I didn't want to add them to my car, but I could tell he kind of did. So we sold them for 200 riel at the pawn shop. Yeah, I know. I'm like, I feel like there was a route to potentially not selling them, but it was the option that was given to me. So I'm kind of curious to see, like, if you don't sell his rims, does he put them on at the end? As we do a big smooch and we drive off into the sunset. Beats running around gathering plastic bottles half filled with stale piss. Oh yeah, that's a good point. I do need to find a bag. Wait, did I find a bag or was that my imagination? What game am I thinking of that had plastic bag? I'm thinking of Zomboid. That was it. Your little bag fiend. I just never found a bag. I feel like I've found a bag on my test playthrough before, but I don't remember. Right, hello Joyce.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Tell me about this alleged drug trafficking.
It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samaran Isla into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
Let me get it straight. The materials come from Samara to Revachol, straight through the terminal?
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wildpine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, man. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut.
You want us to investigate?
Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dock Workers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
The lorries?
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they're vulnerable.
I wonder if the racist has anything.
How convenient that they're stranded like beached whales at that roundabout.
Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment.
Gives you a knowing look.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
Oh, well that's easy.
Uncovering Union secrets could also give you an upper hand when dealing with them.
It's no coincidence the lorries are stranded like that, is it?
No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However...
How would I characterize my general sentiment towards the game thus far? I would say that it's quite charming, and it can feel. I can see how it could feel a bit slow to people. I like that it feels like the XP and all the sort of gameplay elements and the pluses and minuses are actually part of the game and the character and stuff, as opposed to just like separate RPG things to just give me impossible stats, which I feel like so many other games in this genre would probably just do. Even Fallout 4, to be honest. You just eventually become this powerhouse of points who can't do anything wrong, that's not necessarily realistic. I'm sure I'll get a lot more points and I'll be able to do stuff as a result, but it feels much more grounded in the stuff that I'm actually doing. I'm a little bit frustrated as it feels like how long it's taken me to actually get to the actual case, but it's been very important for world building, so maybe I don't need to worry about that. I'll imagine when I think about it a lot when I'm not playing it. So I imagine when I'm done playing it, I want more, and I'll be sad that it's over. Avoids the all roads lead to being a living god stealth archer. Yeah, well, Skyrim actually reduced the amount of XP that you need to level up archery, by almost like 90% or something, or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was 55%. It was a big amount. So clearly they wanted everyone to become a stealth archer. Amnesiac breakdown angle does a good job of integrating RPG mechanics naturally. Yeah, it does feel you feel very lost, but then it gives you lines of dialogue that are as appropriately as lost as you might feel. So, it feels like I've been accounted for in that sense.
This is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the trade committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue.
Okay. Wait. Are they making the strike happen?
Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable, the weary.
Or at least taking advantage of it.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open the drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand.
Why didn't you come to the RCM milieu?
We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
Right, that's why it's me and Kim.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
Would say don't worry about taking a long time to get to things. It's worth indulging flights of fancy, and they frequently play off in ways that may surprise you. Yeah, I kind of get that impression, because I feel like a lot of things that I've said in one conversation comes up again in another conversation. So it definitely does stuff. What I feel like my big flight of fancy is trying to get into that building to figure out what's going on with the economic curse or whatever. But I was trying to justify it on the basis of I would get an angle on the hanging, but I guess I didn't need that because they all just admitted to it.
Well, here's your chance, officers.
What proof do you have the union is involved?
How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
A doomed commercial area, like that bit phrase poopy.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
Ah.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves.
This is an angle of strikes I'd never considered. People were saying that a lot about nurse strikes, that it's like, where's the money gonna come from to keep people striking? Do you think the strike is being funded with source ingredients for drugs?
Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
We already have some suspicions that one of the drivers was present at the lynching, do we?
The two might even be connected.
Or not. Though, if you have evidence to the contrary, I'm eager to hear it.
As eager as I am to share it, Lieutenant, once the job is done.
Okay, maybe mind about this smuggling investigation.
Yes?
We'll take this case, probe the drivers, and see what it yields.
Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something.
I do feel very much like she's already done all of the investigative work and then gotten as far as she can as a person in her position.
It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
Can we ask about reality?
More lessons in basic reality? My favourite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
What times are these?
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late.
Too late for what?
For the big time.
Her eyes light up, there's a flash of teeth. What's the big time?
The revolution.
What is this revolution I keep hearing about?
It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle.
Wish I could say it was a bit more complicated than that. Who got shot in the head?
Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head.
Wow.
She's not gloated. It's a relieved celebration.
Oh, and the anarchists too.
Yes.
They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed.
I noticed that this always seems to happen in all these sorts of things. Assuming you're doing the communist path. I don't know. I like the communist actions, but the thoughts in my head started going like, yeah, let's get death squads, and I'm like, well, I don't like, that's sounding like Marxist-Leninist to me, and I'm very opposed to that.
She likes the totality of it.
You could say they totally got shot in the head. Did the communists and anarchists shoot back?
Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves? they shot 2 million people.
Good pre-evening. Is that just for this channel that you do this, or is that an everywhere thing? I know the evening thing is a football thing that became a Zaffa Cakes thing, but it does make me just even seeing evening is funny enough. Good to see you though, Valdrakian. This Tory Manifesto Simulator 23. I think it might be everybody's Manifesto Simulator 23, possibly. Mazovian seems similar to Stalinism. Yeah. I know. I didn't want to get involved in that. I don't know if there's like a secret anarchist route that you can get that's not been mentioned so far. Unai Emery. That's the thinker, right? Actually, let's give Valderakian a shout out because you're a streamer, right? I'm pretty sure I've seen you stream. Yeah, there you go. Look, you. Oh, that's quite a nice picture you've got there, actually. Wait, who is Unai? Unai is back in the UK. Unai Emery. I don't actually know who that is. Is that a character in the game or real world? I'm confused now. Oh, sorry. That's the evening person. Gotcha. Sorry, we were talking about characters in the game, so I got a little bit confused. Yeah. Anyone that's a mod or a VIP, please do shout out other streamers that come here as much as possible. You can do that whenever. I maybe even want to get bigger shout. I want at some point to get the thing that plays a clip from them shout out as a thing. I think that could be quite fun because I get excited whenever I see people doing that because I think that they'll shout out my channel and we have loads of really good clips here on my channel. But also it's just a fun way to see funny moments from someone's channel, and it's better than just a regular shout out. To sound a bit AA bot name. Yeah, I love video shoutouts. I think they're one of the best things that people have made in terms of like joint channel stuff. Because the best way to promote someone else's channel is to have it featured in some way on your channel. So what better way than literally just showing a clip from their channel, right? Other than, I suppose, playing a game with them or something like that. Also, that's another thing I want to look into is I have this idea in my head and it's very vague at the moment, but I want to try and get a bunch of streamers together that I like and I know that aren't going to just fuck me over for no reason, and do some sort of like creative project together, which I have some ideas, but I'm not sure 100% what that would be at some point, because I think it would just be good for all of those channels. And like I say, this would be through people who have been nice to me and not mean to me, or otherwise seemed like they might behave weird. Because there's a lot of the people would say the tribalism, but I think that's kind of an outdated term. Just sort of like having their own little group and fighting the other group because it's a different group. How about a Rust server? Nah, because I wouldn't want to be seen to be competing with Rust in Peace, especially how much fucking effort I went through to try and make sure that people played on Rust in Peace in the first place. It would seem very counterintuitive to do that. The closest thing to an idea I had was actually like a roleplay server, but the thing is, I'm hopefully about to join an existing roleplay server, so I don't know about that. But just something, you know, like lots of cool creative people, and there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to like help each other. Yeah, I'm on Project Zomboid. I'm on Mumsy's server. Shout out to Mumsy. I think pretty much anybody can come on that server. Hang on, Mumsy. There we go. Yeah, I do enjoy that. I did also have this idea for like a Rust server that was a single wipe, or maybe even a single weekend, that was like Hunger Games. So if you died, that was it. And maybe you'd get like a grace death or something or whatever. On the idea of to win this you have to kill everybody else. But I'm just really not as into Rust as I ever was before. That's the GTA one. Yeah. But I did think about I've been thinking about this a while, a Red Dead Redemption 2 roleplay server, because I think it lends itself quite well to roleplay, better than GTA does. And I also think that there's a lot of ways that people do roleplay servers that are profoundly bad, even if they're not aware of it. For example, the cowboy era was a very queer time. No one seems to recognize that. Also, the status of the law was not like a solid thing. That's the whole point. They're trying to establish civilization. So rather than just making it so you can become a cop and then you can just roleplay whatever you want and nobody can stop you ever, and you've got the backing of the administration, which just seems like a recipe for disaster. I like the idea of whatever faction you're a part of could gain power or could lose power, and that will change the way that people roleplay, and sort of coming up with like a rudimentary system for that or something. But maybe that's a long-term idea, like in the future. But I really enjoyed it, the like 10 seconds that I got to roleplay a New Cumbernauld. I was having a great time. So it'd be nice to go back to something like that. Looking for a PZ server. Yeah, if you join Momsy's Discord server and ask to join in, so long as you're not going to break everything, pretty much just allowed to go in. It's a great time. I brought my friend Fuzzy Nut in there, and we've been hanging out in a tool base, and we've been slowly barricading all the windows and chopping down trees. It's been a good time. I've not actually been on for a couple of days. I need to make sure that everything isn't on fire. I could potentially stream it as well, I suppose. Right, where were we? Communists and anarchists got killed. That's a tragedy. Well, before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people. I mean...
Yes. The Red Deluge. The Insulindian Deluge, they call it.
You're so bad at it. Just see if you can get to someone else's base so they can, like, teach you a few things about it. It should be fine. I like to look at projects on board, but you struggle to play games without a defined endpoint. I feel like I mostly play games without a defined endpoint. But yeah, no, it's true. They do just sort of peter off over time. Anyone else get shot in the head on the opposing side?
Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad.
I don't care about kings. Tell me one more thing.
About head shooting.
Who got the mineral rights?
The liberals got the mineral rights.
Makes sense.
And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
Oh, and by liberals you mean...
Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement.
You're pretty rich to be that aware about what a liberal is.
Some were rich enough to stay with the constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well.
When you play games though, and you play them for a certain amount of time, lose interest and think, what have I done with my time, and feel saddened. You've enjoyed yourself. You've done something, you know. We have such a, like, this is particularly a problem in Britain, but it's like a capitalist problem of, like, everything must be productive. Although if you really want to crunch the numbers, doing nothing and doing stuff in your free time is productive because it makes you do everything else better. You barely enjoy yourself, you just stay awake for a bit. Oh, Taki. Oh. We need to look after Taki. Rich enough to stay with the Constitution. Others bet on the revolution, the ultra-liberals. Right, okay. Mods pin this message.
They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
We. She's one of them. Of course.
I see. If everyone got shot, who was there to surrender to?
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights.
You said the Liberals took everything.
The Liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The Coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people.
Right. Aaron and I are gonna take Molly for a little walk back. Oh, that's nice. I love Molly. Molly's Steen's dog, if in case you don't know. Other people. You should follow Steen and you'll get to see Molly pretty much every stream. I don't think I've ever not seen Molly on the stream. Need the minor endorphin rush of knowing I now only have 112 unfinished games in my Steam library. I think I have close to 500 games on Steam, with about a 20% average completion rate on the ones that I have played, which is certainly less than a quarter of them. Have I ever really finished a game ever? I'm not sure anymore.
The Coalition of Nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay, the armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
Sounds very complicated.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical, but ultimately understands the cause.
Moralist?
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head.
I mean, I want to say that sounds like what conservatives think, but the thing about a conservative is that the people still get shot in the head, it just happens away from where they're looking at it. Exactly the way it is.
At least not in the same manner and volume as the others.
Yeah, well, yeah, there you go.
They
Okay.
are the long-standing provisional rulers of
So
Revachol now,
centre right,
the coalition government. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral
Yeah, it's
Inter,
conservatives.
or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
Oh. I think a moralist.
Of course. Not easy to be moderate about head shooting in your line of work.
When was this kerfuffle?
The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end nearly the whole world had gotten involved.
Who started it?
It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat,
First
a
World War.
particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Marzolf came along and overthrew the government.
Yeah, so that both sounds like COVID and the flu epidemic, sometimes called Spanish flu, although I think Spain calls it something else, which calls it something else, which calls it something else. But yes, there was a huge pandemic which upset the whole world, and then it maybe was the reason why so many people were pushed to poverty. And also the First World War was going on at this time, and the First World War is very much responsible for spreading a lot of the flu. It's why we get flu shots every year as opposed to not having to worry about it anymore. Many hundreds of several, was it over 100? It's a lot of millions of people died from it. And although it's weird how like you know, right wingers will go, oh, COVID's just as bad as flu. It's like, I actually think it might be worse, first of all, but also flu was not good, especially when it first came out. Spain call it traditional homegrown flu. No, I think they could probably call it like Dutch flu or something, or I could have sworn they name it a different country. It's like the animal turkey. Every different country kind of has their own. A lot of people just call it turkey, but Turkey calls it something, and then someone else calls it something. A lot of different countries call it a different country animal for some reason. I'm not even sure why it's originally called a turkey. Indian chicken. Yeah, which also is incorrect because that's India, yeah. What did this Tsarif do?
It made people overthrow their governments.
Wow, really?
Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark.
It was a funny time in history. They discovered transistors and rock music, but they didn't know anything about prions. Nobody did.
Oh, okay. So somehow we don't really have any medicine theory. Where did it spread from there?
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in 08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end.
What came next?
Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and you have that necktie? A pair of pants?
Has she not got a pair of pants? Our lives are very different from each other.
No doubt. But we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts for more than you think.
What's the zone of control?
A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia.
That's pretty grim.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Elfboy Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage.
The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune.
What was that little bit of esprit de corps? I'm trying to understand that. The clatter of typewriter kills fills the main hall. Reappropriates. Oh, they're talking about like the start of the release, I guess. But it's just that it's like a little whisper of it. I don't understand. Sometimes this game doesn't. Sometimes the way that you would write things in a book is a lot more confusing than when you put them in a game.
Modernity.
Into the rest of the world.
They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication. Telematic milieus, radiation, coloured plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Wait, so you're saying it's been like this for 43 years?
Time flies.
What have we been doing all that time?
The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river levelled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell.
And after that?
The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere.
I mean, it's sort of an allegory for what we did in... I mean, especially the 80s, although versions of this have been happening all the time, of like, oh, we'll just trust everything in the hands of free market liberals, that'll be fine. That won't create monsters who can destroy fucking countries at a whim, that can just walk in and buy everything and burn it.
Then you happened. Your youth in the 30s. All that untaxed income must have fueled the new. That can only mean one thing.
That's when they discovered disco.
Yes, and quantitative easing. It was a market mirage, unfortunately. The 40s dispelled it. An Isola-wide hangover, you might say. So, here we are.
I'm getting the impression that the makers of this game were children in the 80s.
Welcome to reality, baby.
Ooh, 70 experience. That's very good.
From the looks of it, the 50s haven't been much better for the zone of control. You can see it in her eyes. Days slipping away.
Please don't delete my brand. I'm trying to sell the Taki IP to a streaming network. I'm trying to think, how would that even work? Say nothing.
We could have had so much more. Every one of us. If only we played it right.
What would you have done differently?
Good question. What would you have done differently?
What the fuck? I would have killed more. 400 million if that's what it took. Would it sort a medical solution?
So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion? A complex folding protein, unlife, with a technology 50 years ago.
Taki will show up in your stream to lend legitimacy for a small fee. That's a very clever joke, because in a strange way, Taki Fensington showing up in a stream does lend legitimacy towards it, I would say. And I haven't known it to be wrong. I've not seen Taki anywhere that I was like, yeah, no, that's a wrong choice. Though, to be fair, I am also banned from about 20 streams, so it's hard for me to see who's in them when it's blocked. But yeah, no, you're big in Roscoe's stream, you're in Zaffa's stream. I think both of them are solid people for sometimes different reasons, but generally for the same ones. You're in my stream, you're in Chris Shreddit's stream. I'm trying to think of a few others that I've seen you in, but yeah, no, you actually do lend some legitimacy by being here, I think. I'm not kidding about that. Right. With some hygiene, modest social care, and perhaps a little research program.
Good hygiene.
Modern Jake Paul stream.
A very moderate solution to an extreme problem. It's those sort of half measures that doomed the authorities in Grad.
Hang on, I'm just looking up who Jake Paul is, because it sounds familiar. Jake Paul. This is going to be a joke, isn't it? It's going to turn out that it's someone that you couldn't possibly... It's unfortunate you can't think of any actual Twitch streamers that are really bad. Professional boxer? I have a feeling you're probably not the mod for their stream. He's just a scrote. Okay. Yeah, no, I mean... All of the really awful stuff is hidden down the back. A lot of it's just people making bad decisions and not communicating with each other. Him and his brother are little dickheads off YouTube. Well, you need to mod them a bit better. Although that's not what a mod does. That would be modding them. So they would have to be in a stream where you were a mod and they weren't. I guess. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. Brother's lad who did a video in that suicide forest. It's 13-year-old fandom. That sounds familiar.
When they failed to step up, Marzov and his party stepped in. In this particular case, maybe a more robust state response might have been appropriate.
Opinions expressed here do not reflect the official position of the RCM.
And what is your official position, Lieutenant?
My position, ma'am? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revolution. I would have gone the same way. I was saved by being 2 years old. That's my position. The abattoir.
Least reputable online personality you could think of. Really? That's the least reputable online personality you can think of online? And you didn't put me first? No, I'm kidding. Who's the least reputable personality online? The rain turned the frogs gay, or whatever. What's that guy's name? The anti-Sandy Hook guy who's having to spend all his money. He's pretty disreputable and he's online. Although he's more of a TV person, I suppose. Alex Jones, there we go. Who's just online that's disreputable? Who's that guy that was like a big racist and transphobe, but then he said trans rights one time, and then this trans woman was like, "I'm gonna feature him on my stream." Keffels featured him. I can't remember who the guy was. Keemstar. He seems pretty disreputable. Yeah, Keemstar. Yeah. Rightfully, all us trans people said, "Hello, racism and transphobia are tied together. Supporting a racist is anti-trans." That's not to say that they're the same thing. I would never want to pretend that I had experienced racism, but they are very much intertwined. You can't. None of us are free until all of us are free. Matt Baker was forced off the one show for his love of sheep. Really? Matt Baker seems very nice. Nice Derbyshire lads. When you say love of sheep, do you mean he just liked sheep a lot? Because I feel like it would be too on the nose if he actually had fondled a sheep. This is one of these Taki jokes, isn't it? Hang on. Matt Baker reveals new chapter after being trampled by sheep. Matt Baker reveals how he once bought a sheep off Prince Charles. I mean, it wouldn't be directly off Prince Charles, would it? Matt Baker's mum bursts into tears after being knocked over by sheep. Matt Baker struggles with intimidating sheep. Matt Baker swaps TV career for full-time farming after mum Janice was injured. So wait, so it is related to sheep, but not for that reason. It's for the love of his mom. Unless it's a multi-level joke. Alex Jones is a notable conspiracy theorist who dislikes people who've been brainwashed sheep. Alex Jones is the name of a co-host of One Shot. Matt Baker used to host the one show with her. He left to be a farmer. Is it a multi-level joke, or is it so many levels of extraction in your own head that it's actually a bad joke? Because that doesn't. It just seems like it's almost like you're being anti-Welsh with no Welsh people. You just picked someone that's from the countryside. If we're really gonna cut this joke into pieces, I think that you might be the only person. Yeah, exactly. No, I think that proves how the joke was bad, because we were immediately like, what? That's a fine piece of business. I don't know about that. But it's fine. I like Matt Baker. He seems nice. I mean, he's probably a bit fancier than me, but anyway, back to the depressing story of Kim's birth. His parents got killed in a revolution. Matt Baker seems a nice boy. The best jokes are the ones you make yourself laugh and no one else. Yeah, I do that a lot. I do like making myself laugh. That's enough about the times.
They are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know?
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer.
Esprit de Corps. What is? Think of something close to you.
6 kilometers southwest in the Valley of Dogs. Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog licking its wounds in the grass.
Oh, that's the second time Chad Tilbrook has come up.
To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?" "Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emil." He pulls it out slowly. Slowly now. He'll find it again. We always do.
What am I?
You? You're an officer of the RCM.
She says energetically. The Revachol Citizens Militia.
Preciso mundo.
And what is the Revachol Citizens Militia?
Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, Detective.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
Steps in to make a gesture encompassing both of you.
He's being sarcastic.
Are we?
We are.
You said de facto.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin.
What do you mean?
The RCM's
Excuse me.
responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and
Sorry about
Aliments
that.
Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a, let's be honest, laissez-faire stasis to the benefit of foreign capital.
Yes. So laissez-faire economics.
All 3 are good to know when we are out policing.
I've got several options. So I'm basically a lackey of capital. So I'm basically a thrall to foreign interests. So I'm basically one of the good guys. So I'm basically going to avoid this subject and ask the next question. I'm a lackey of capital, let's be honest.
There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent provisional rulers like it.
She leans in.
Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, they are not fans of you.
Why?
The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare, a botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile meltdown. They called it the international zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed. A true blue citizens' initiative. They will never forgive you.
I really don't... I struggle to understand how citizens would create a police force unless it really was that bad that they were like, we'll take anything. But I'm still not convinced by her answer to that.
That's somewhat of an exaggeration.
Yeah, there we go.
In reality, ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Revacholians get to keep the peace in Revachol, and the coalition doesn't have to worry about it. Anyway, sorry to intrude. Please continue.
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. The only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol. And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help.
I want to know what you are. What are you?
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra.
Dios mio, draw a cost. A liberal? What's an ultra?
An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the revolution. It's, not the moderate kind.
I don't understand what's so vile about that.
Haven't you heard? I am a nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. One of those who pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. I can see you thought I'd gone extinct. No sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. You're a centrist at heart. A real moralist. Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, do you find me frightening?
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride.
I'm still struggling. So the ultra-liberals are like liberals that didn't back the king, which is unusual, but then also sort of didn't back the revolution, which is more typical. So what's my opinion? Nancy doesn't care. I don't care.
A fitting punishment. To be forgotten, if not forgiven. Save a prayer for us in our chateaus on Ozon and in Stella Maris.
If I'm thinking correctly, these are the sort of people who usually get the reputation for doing the hard work of the revolution, despite usually not doing. It's a lot like in Les Mis, when all the young rich lads are like, "Come on, everyone, let's do a revolution." That part of it, not the part where they all get shot and died. I think that's the I suppose the actual hard work of a revolution, but certainly the sort of like, if we just keep campaigning, if we write enough letters, they'll eventually hand over power to us, you know, kind of thing. Makes me think how scary it would be if a dyed-in-the-wool Stalinist like Keith Starmer got into Downing Street. You think he's a Stalinist? I don't think he's a Stalinist. I just think he's a regular Tory. I don't think he has even the slightest interest in anything that Stalin had, good or bad. Oh, was it a joke? Tory with a red tie. Yeah, basically. He agrees with their policies and even goes further. His existence in the Labour Party keeps the current Tory party in power. If it was Corbyn would be Prime Minister. Because it would anybody remotely competent would replace the Tory party immediately. I don't know how the fuck we do it. How do we get rid of Starmer? We need to. Because otherwise it's just going to be another Tory Prime Minister, because unfortunately, even though it's not done by vote, it is in some way done by sort of consensus. That is to say that we haven't got rid of them yet. People prefer something that people prefer the evil they know to the one that they don't know. They're likely to take a chance if they think that it will work out. If they're not sure, which is why they spent so much time trying to say that Corbyn was a big anti-Semite. And the thing is, like, I didn't understand what Zionism was at first, so I was kind of confused by it. I remember being, but now I see it for what it is, and I'm like, oh, no, he just laid a reef which wasn't even the reef that they said it was, and he didn't want to accept a definition of anti-Semitism which included listing Zionism as opposing Zionism as being anti-Semitic. Now, anti-Semitic people will definitely use Zionism as an example to reinforce their anti-Semitism, but the sort of supporting the apartheid of Palestine is a bad position to have. So understandably, a left-wing socialist is not going to want to be in favor of that. Imagine coming out hard against trans rights when it's easy win and helping break the union. Yeah, exactly. It would be so easy to be a Labour leader right now and say, yeah, I agree with trans rights. And yes, I agree with the strikes and stuff like that, which Corbyn is saying right now. It's so funny because it's like... I also think, like... Nicola Sturgeon is the most intelligent politician I've ever seen in the UK. In the UK. She's not necessarily the most compassionate one, but one of her biggest problems with her party is that half of the members were like openly TERFs, and her other problem is that she's trying for Scottish independence. So by using trans people as political capital on the assumption that she will win, and it's a pretty fair assessment to make, she's made it so people can't be Scottish nationalists and anti-trans, because now pro-trans and pro-Scotland nationalism is on the same side. That's fucking clever as fuck. However, I don't like that my rights are a pawn in this arrangement, because if it goes wrong, that's all us into the death camps, basically, isn't it? You know, nationalism is a big scary beast. I'm very pro-independence, but I also think that we should remember that nationalism is still ultimately, when it's given the reins, a very nasty thing. Yes, it's good to separate from an empire, but what happens to all the people that still live within your borders? A lot of nationalist movements after obtaining power can sometimes be very nasty to all the people that they determine are not part of that country. Now, it seems like Nicola Sturgeon's Scotland is going to be a pro-trans place, so that seems good. But again, it has to work. Britain is not above just, I don't know, assassinating her. I don't think that's of a high probability, but I'm sure someone somewhere has talked about it. Don't support S&P, think Sturgeon is a bad MP. Interesting. I don't know enough about her, like, local MP stuff, but yes, I do think that she's a clever politician. Very clever. Essentially turned the two things that were, like, the biggest immediate problems that she had into her biggest strengths. I'm like, oh okay. I see that. That's impressive. She's done other stuff like that. This is probably her biggest work, I think.
When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future.
I think that all that
This
stuff...
was all our last generation managed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know the full story. What was it? She, like, backed him and then she didn't back him when the time came. I feel like that's just an easy decision to make. This is one that required, like, planning, assessing what the moving parts were, and then coming up with a genuine plan of attack that has worked very well. Welcome back. I hope you had a good walk. I would just talk about Nicola Sturgeon, how I think she's a very clever politician, but also I'm a bit worried that trans rights is the thing that's being passed around as a political football. Because the people, even if we get everything that we want from it, trans people are still going to suffer in some way. Just less with one group than the other group, I guess. I hope. I hate this debate. Yeah, well, it's always been going. It's been a enshrined part of British law since the 1500s. If you don't count Catholic law, I don't know. I know less about that. Let's have a look. Would you done something differently?
With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery, I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake.
Your politics is a lot more complicated than I was expecting.
Then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isola down rather than let them have it.
A lot of pro-trans graffiti where you live, so I have a hope that regular people... Yeah, I've noticed in some of the poorer areas that are closer to the center of the city, there's, like, trans anarchy stuff. When I was in Manchester, I saw all sorts of things, which surprised me, but it's becoming a bigger movement. People on Twitter were saying that in 2010 it would be like 5 people would show up to a protest. Now, to be fair, most of those people are still trans people. But the difference is those are trans people who feel comfortable being trans. I feel so much at the forefront all the time whenever I'm out and being trans that I'm literally making a political statement. But it's not like that. It makes me feel more comfortable. That's it. But it also is a political statement because, you know, every action is an action. Every inaction is an action too.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire on the ocean.
You're a patriot?
Yes, I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
Seditious talk, man.
Lieutenant puts down his notes and gives her a look. You have daughters?
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife. Now, shall we return to reality?
What's this? Spread your hands.
A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions?
Keep guessing.
Some sort of krill hunter? No, wait. You're an ancient ruin. A symbol of hubris and decay. Half submerged in some salty sea.
Wait, really?
Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games.
I meant, what is this place here?
Ah. This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot.
Oh, that answers that mystery.
Or two.
What is Rue de Saint-Ghislain 33A?
A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old.
She looks up at the crumbling facade.
This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course.
Who lived in them?
Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
From a dilapidated balcony, Cindy the Skull gives Joyce the evil eye, her red paintbrush held to her throat.
Wonderful.
What is that? Points to Cindy the Skull.
The girl in the old lady rags.
Yes.
Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture.
Like a subculture, I guess.
Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture.
Alright, now explain the same thing, but like to a child.
Young people who dye their hair funny colours and wear old people's clothes are stupid, and their little rebellion is self-defeating. All right, what next?
Suddenly, you're not so sure you're part of the supraculture.
I think I may be part of an infraculture.
And what would that be?
Disco.
I can see that, yes. I dabble in those dark arts myself, not so long ago. I assure you, it was a thoroughly supracultural phenomenon. All permeating. Downright mandatory. Nothing infra about disco, baby.
You're a disco?
Those days are long behind me. And even in the early 30s, I would say I was more of a new girl. Disco was a minor, but still enjoyable facet of the whole thing for me.
The new?
The new. A cultural era. And the name of the decade it ravished, the 30s. It came out of post-revolutionary Revachol. It was ultra-liberal. It involved lots of partying, as you might imagine, and champagne-coloured everything. By the looks of it, that would have been when you came of age. Now.
She raises an eyebrow at you. I do really like champagne. I don't know what it is, but I think it's because it's so easy to get you drunk and it doesn't taste awful, which is like the two things that you want from alcohol. It just seems to be the perfect mix of those two things. Also, it's expensive, but I think it's expensive because it presumably is hard to make, right? Sounds fun. I can't remember a single thing.
Wasn't it Guillaume Le Million who said, if you can remember the new, you weren't there?
I was just thinking about that guy. Whatever happened to him?
Ah, yes. This is not very central to reality, is it?
Don't like champagne, it's too bubbly and smells and tastes like sweet static. Now I want it to taste like sweet static. What I don't want it to taste like is Prosecco, which is just like warm water. It's like the warm water of alcohol, but then also with the bite of alcohol. It just, Prosecco's awful. Why did people go, oh, we ran out of champagne, let's have some Prosecco? Is it because you're supposed to be drunk enough that you can't tell that it tastes bad at that point? I'm not really sure. But I did not enjoy Prosecco. Tastes like fizzy piss. Yeah. Prosecco does... I think it depends who made the champagne also, because there's some very bad champagne. But I've had champagne at some events. I've maybe had champagne 3 times in my life now that I think about it. Miss being able to drink whiskey and lager. You know, being drunk is fun, but I really think alcohol in general is just kind of such a drag of a drug, if that makes sense. It's a lot of like hoping you'll have a good time and not necessarily being guaranteed to have one. And then with loads and loads and loads of awful side effects.
I can't be 100% sure, but I believe he died due to complications from venereal disease.
Which one?
All of them.
All of them. You sure you didn't die of autoerotic asphyxiation?
You can't get a venereal disease from that, can you?
You're saying he didn't vanish in a puff of stardust?
I'm afraid no. But then again, one can't be entirely sure. It's all part of his mystique. Ask someone else and you may get a more champagne-coloured take. Anyway, what other basic facets of reality should we discuss?
What's the RCM again?
Nothing more nor less.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
He's being sarcastic.
He said de facto.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international... Permit me to conclude with this. Who, and if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality? Well, I am here to help.
What is this? And reach for something fundamental that I'm not going to do. Hi, Moonbeam. I got a bottle from Orange Truffle Bailey's in the fridge from 2 Christmases. Again, difficult to get through that. Bad at drinking. Chocolate alcohol is the worst alcohol, actually, I've remembered. I've never drunk any kind of chocolate alcohol that I didn't think was just going to make me sick immediately. It's bad. Bailey's is kind of nice, but Orange Truffle Bailey's sounds like it's combining too many things. Wait, is it orange as in... I just assumed chocolate. We don't know what kind of truffle. It was on offer. Yeah, because no one wants it. There's this place in Sheffield. I'm trying to remember what it's called. It's one of the rocker bars. And they basically give you a free drink if it's your birthday, but it's like the most awful drink. So there's no fucking point. Oh, they also do shots as well, but I don't remember the shots being any good either. It's near the Argos. You would buy cyanide if it was on offer. You probably at some point in your life probably have bought cyanide if it was on offer, because cyanide is actually in quite a lot of things. Such as certain nutshells, apple cores, just to name a few. Marzipan? Really? I didn't know that, but that's interesting. I used to be obsessed with marzipan when I was a child. Now it tastes too German to me, if that makes sense. There's a lot of German biscuits and treats and stuff that all have this sort of, I guess it's an almondy taste, right? That's probably what, yeah, almonds. That's probably what I'm thinking of. I'm not interested anymore, but I used to be quite excited about it. Yeah, let's reach for something fundamental. Almost definitely gonna fail this.
A strange coldness comes over you as you look at the world. The waves sway the sloop slowly. That's all. It's on the tip of your tongue, a doubt of sorts, already in your head. But it's not fully formed yet. You have to wait and return to this later, once the jamais vu thought is complete.
67% of all assassinations have been administered via weak Mr. Kipling-style Battenbergs. That's funny. I think the word Battenberg is funny enough anyway, that's got to be a German or Dutch word, right? But also, aren't the Kipling people or whoever owns it, aren't they like huge pieces of shit or something? So, you know, maybe they have been assassinating. Yeah, Mountbatten as well. Though I feel like Mountbatten has a lot more of like a colonial sense to it, because I think isn't Mountbatten one of the families that married into the royal family or whatever, but also one of the names of the families that basically ruled India. Or am I thinking? Yeah, Lord Mountbatten. Wasn't he like in charge of India? Let me look at Lord Mountbatten. Oh, Burma. Wait, this is an existing role? Admiral of the Fleet of the Right Honourable the Earl Mountbatten of Burma. Oh, it ended in 1979. But yes, a prominent member of the Battenberg family, which of course has its own crest and... because it's from Baden. Where's Baden? Battenberg. Been residing in the British Empire, but renounced their Hessian titles due to rising anti-German sentiment. It's an Mountbatten is an anglicized version of Battenberg. Oh, okay. Baden's in Germany, so yeah, that makes sense. William's kid is named after Mountbatten. I mean, they all are, really, because they all have 4 names to share between them, and they're all related, so...
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know.
The bow collector.
Ooh, this was the fort I was working on.
It's early in the morning. The world is dark blue. The sparks light her face, a delicate composition of triangles. The streets seem to grow longer, like in a dolly zoom. And there's something in the air as you stand there and wave back at the shapes growing smaller and smaller. Something that has always been there. A great see-through world. The tenderness you feel. The ghost of Revachol between you, carrying your signals. The holy messenger.
So it's we're dealing with a very vague sort of feeling. Plus 3 shivers. I just want to look at shivers for a second. Tune into the sea. Oh, it's the Vimes stuff. The sort of feeling of the grand shape of the city is almost like an organism. Musli, thanks for stream. Thanks very much for being here. Shivers is one of your 2 favorite skills. But also buy it. Thank you for being here, Taki. I'll see you later. I also do need to think about what I need to level up. What was the thing that was really giving me trouble before? I think I might want to increase perception, because I seem to remember it said... no, was it perception? Fine detail detectives. I mean, I do like that. No, that's the very... no, I want him to be bumbling. I want him to be a bumbling cop. I want to keep that. No, I have to... there was some stuff I had to level up anyway that it was talking about. Where's the... No, it's this one, isn't it? Right, so what have we got? White Morning. Jamais vu. Realization. Name after name and none of them is familiar. They seem real, but something is wrong. You feel like a kid looking at stickers in the fridge. You will see your hand reaching out for them. Scratch at the corner, see if they peel loose. Feels like the most important of all the forts, the one that you must complete. Derealization, basically. Interesting. But I kind of want to go for the White Morning one, just because it feels the sadness of his like lost wife or whatever feels like a very important central theme, and this seems like a very central thought to that. I'm gonna internalize whatever the fuck that is. Are these meant to be connected like this? Or they just... I'm not sure if that means anything significant. Like the Mazonian one about communism being 0.0001% full. That's the... Hang on. People think communism is some crazy idea that had its cup up 40 years ago, a fever that shook the world never to return again. They were right, until he woke up today, a spiritual corpse responsive only to the call of Commodore Red, prostitutes and Krasmazov. For him, communism is still a thing. He will single-handedly raise the commune of O2 from the oceanic trench from where it's been, resting, covered in ghosts and seaweed. He is big communism builder. Come witness his attempt to rebuild communism in the year 51. Is that the Macedonian thing? I think broadly what communism is a sort of, if we really boil it down, is an acceptance of something that already happens. And I think this is true also for really any political thought. It's just based on how real or not it is, whether you believe it or not. But people share all the time. People behave worse when they're treated improperly, when they're treated as lesser than other people. People think that they're better than other people. All of this is an illusion, and we should shake that illusion. But the problem is, like, so many things are built on that idea, and also you might get close to realizing that idea, but then find something comforting before then that sort of gets in the way. I think what it says after you internalize it, something about it being only a small percent built, and the capitalists still rule the world shitty. Yeah. And the reason I didn't want to pick that one is because it seems like a much, like we were saying, a lot more like a Marxist-Leninist kind of thing, which to me, I mean, if we want to really get into that, that's the mechanism in which communism was disarmed, at least in Russia. Again, we talk a lot about Russian Revolution, but there's so much other communism in the world that doesn't even get a mention. The way that it was disarmed is that through the idea that there should be a state. But the reason that we have inequalities is because of the state. Because there's one, you know, superpower or whatever that determines what the classes are. And we don't really have a model for, like, a classless society, really. The idea, at least of that version of communism, was that the workers, which is an already existing class, should take over. But that doesn't necessarily get rid of work. Or, like, because workers do things for a system, right? You know, they make profit, or they produce resources, or they change those resources into something else, or they provide a service, or any of that stuff like that. Those are all still... Some of them are kind of intermingled with something that's profitable and something that's serviceable. That's why slavery isn't an officially allowed thing, because it doesn't really provide the service because of how many people it hurts, even though it is a profitable thing. A lot of things that we have in our capitalist world are sort of exist on the argument that they're providing something, right? This is very similar to the liberal idea of the what's it fucking called? There's like this promise, like this social promise, like, and it's not really like that so much as sometimes things get so bad everybody just kills everybody relating to that thing because they want to get rid of it so badly, so everyone goes, okay, we'll stop doing that. It becomes too difficult, too expensive to keep doing it. It's not necessarily about morals so much. Anyway, lots of complicated thoughts for that. Right, so we had a long conversation with her. I can't remember why that was important. I'm just gonna take a short break here, actually, because I do need the bathroom quite badly. I'm just gonna mute all this and put us on the Be Right Back screen. I'll be right back. Hello. I'm glad you like that music. I think I just wrote, well, not wrote it, just like recorded it in like a few seconds and then was like, I'll do something this later. But it works for what it is, which is just some goblins doing goblin stuff. What did I miss? Reading about the Communist Manifesto from the 19th century is about how the bourgeoisie has scammed everyone, even itself, by dehumanizing everyone through mass industry. Yeah, see, the thing... Now, this is interesting because I'm like, I agree with that. But the thing that's missing from the Communist Manifesto, and both the idea of communism and anarchy, which were basically came up within the same room, essentially, by the same people, which was to say, wealthy, educated white men, is it's missing the understanding that colonialism, imperialism. It sometimes understands imperialism as the issue, but it very much doesn't understand that colonialism is the problem. And in fact, I can't remember if it was Engels and Marx, or if it was just Engels, but they do not like Native Americans. No, Marx does not like Native Americans at all. And there's some very good sort of responses to that stuff written by Native Americans who say, so you want everyone to be a worker or whatever for an industry. Well, what about the people who didn't live in that world and don't live in that world? Are they supposed to be workers as well? Are they supposed to own this factory that's never been a part of them for their life? Are they supposed to like extract minerals that they've never done before? You know, all these. I'm doing it bad justice. You should definitely look this stuff up. But the other thing is that kind of the idea of anarchy and communism are very much influenced from Native American ideas. Native Americans, generally speaking, had a much less war-torn society than us. You know, they had quite complex things like the this sort of, they had a, what was it called, like a confederacy. It's not the confederacy that you think about, but I can't remember if that was in response to the colonialism or if that was a thing before. But they had all these things that sort of like kept different groups in check from necessarily just fighting each other. It's not to say that wars never happened, but certainly not the same way that like European would have a war. An idea of sharing and stuff like that. Many of these places didn't have a concept of money. They much prefer to exchange things of like equal value. So a lot of Native Americans got attacked by the British for being accused of stealing stuff, but what they were actually doing was trading, where Britain would, or whoever would fish loads of fish and then put them in a shack for the fish, which they interpreted to mean this is a store of fish in which you can go and trade something of equal value. So they would bring all these things that they'd crafted to trade for the fish, as was a normal thing for them to do, and then they were getting like lynched and murdered for it, which, you know, obviously we were pretty bad to them. But yeah, no, it's one of these things that I'm like, this is very much missing from communist theory or understanding, which is strange because it seems to have potentially come from it in the first place. People just trying to get on because that helps everyone. Super simplified, but why store more than you need when there's no benefit? Yeah, exactly. But the reason is to sell it. Although there was also a big religious thing. I learned this particularly when I was in Canada, in the Canadian Museum, which actually is a really good museum. Canadian National Museum. I think they changed the name of it, or that was the name of it. But people, Europe wanted a lot of fish because fish was seen as holy, and they would eat it on Sunday, or I think, was it Sunday? The specific day that everyone was eating fish. A level of fish that we didn't have in Europe. So we were into this big fish diet that we didn't have before, so that we could see fancy, and we just overfished. Friday, yeah, that's probably it. I feel like there's a step or two in the interpretation of Rigid Manifesto. I haven't got that far in Das Capital. But yeah, no, I can't remember who it was I was seeing it from. I saw it on, actually, let me give you the channel. This is the channel I was watching on. This is someone, this is a Dakota person who has a stream. They're a bit on the older side, but they often have a lot of ideas and thoughts on their channel. And one of them was, they were watching this video that was essentially saying that the sort of like Western politics idea of communist was very much, you know, where its origins were and things like that. I need to learn more. It's a good starting place of a channel. I think we should all try, especially as Brits, as people who have very much taken things from Native Americans. I think it's well within our responsibility to learn about Native Americans as much as we possibly can, and indigenous people everywhere. Russia, Australia, everywhere. There's, because you'll learn things about yourself that you didn't know, and you'll be like, oh, that's why that's like that. At least that's been my experience. What's a hi, cat? I know you were here earlier, but hello. I don't know if you were here this whole time, but either way, hello. Right, let's get back into this game that I've muted. There we go. Right, so we're going to talk to some truck drivers, I think. That's our current lead. We've spoken to this nice guy, but let's give it another go. See if there's anything new that can be said.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind?
You seem like a man who knows about drugs.
Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know? But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man?
Now, I could ask him directly about it, but that's going to seem suspicious. So I'm thinking my line of inquiry is to start by looking for a dealer, because that's more likely to throw him off the scent. Maybe? Let's try.
Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk. Are you trying to pull some sort of an entrapment thing on me?
Damn it.
Entrapment is a practice whereby an officer of the law induces a person to commit a criminal offense that the person would have otherwise been unlikely to commit, usually through some trickery, persuasion, or fraud.
No, of course not.
Then what's your deal here?
Ah, fuck, I have to say it anyway. Let's be straight. I'm trying to figure out who's smuggling drugs.
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration.
That's the first time I've ever heard someone say conflagration. I've seen it written so many times, and I just said conflagration in my head. Conflagration. Though, I will say, I don't think that they prepped their voice actors so well on some of these words, because there definitely are cases where the voice actor is reading the word how they think it should be, and not the way that I would think it would be. But this is common. Voice actors very rarely get any prompt at all. I remember Patrick Stewart talking about how excited he was about his role in Oblivion, because they gave him like every piece of detail they possibly could about his character, because Elder Scrolls lore is like that. But no, it's true. Quite often you're just like, yeah, just do the character. There's like nothing to go on whatsoever. Who do you think could be conducting the drug trade then?
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
We wouldn't say he's lying, sire. It's not a lie. It's something else. Impossible to say what at this point, but there's something in him. Some trepidation.
Ooh, empathy. Let's put a point in empathy. I mean, I wanted to do that anyway. There we go. I'm now more empathetic. Formidable empathy. Let's give it a go.
Ah, man.
Oops. No, I didn't. Fuck. Hang on. Get me out of this conversation.
We have a
Not me, man. Look, man.
We wouldn't say it's not a lie. It's something else. Impossible to say what at this point, but there's something.
My
in
heater
him.
just went off and I
Some
can smell a plastic
trepidation.
smell. I hope that doesn't mean it's just... One sec. No, that seems like that's broken. Ugh. Cool. Okay. It better not get any colder for a while, because my little heater just went out and it smells funny, which means something's broken in it. I was hoping I had a bit longer than that. Actually, when did I buy it? I wonder if I could return it and say, this thing broke. If it breaks within 30 days, I think that's... Right, let's try and emphasize with this man.
In his eyes, an unfamiliar longing. Flecks of brown and gold.
Oh, I should unplug it, shouldn't I? That's the first thing we should do. Damn it. I mean, it cost me £13. Did I get £13 worth of heat out of it? Probably more than that. Familiar how?
It's hard to say. His gaze wanders southwest, down the street that goes beyond the horizon. The road continues for miles, flowing together with other roads, turning into causeways or bridges, ending suddenly in dead ends, or ramping up or down highways. It forms a crisscross pattern across the land.
Where does it lead?
Above the Jamrock Quarter, in the form of a raised motorway, and then the never-ending sprawl of Forburg, high above buildings, new and old, the air filled with the rumble of motor engines.
Okay, that's our smoke alarm going off. One sec, everybody. Okay, so everything's fine, but two smoke alarms are going off. It's not actually my fault. It's something my housemate cooked that burned a little bit. There we go. Hopefully that's the end of the alarms. For a second I was like, has some sort of like plastic component or something like set off the alarm? But once the kitchen one went off, I was like, ah, okay, that's what's going on. It's all fine. Whew. Went up and down the stairs a few times though. Right, where are we? Hi Fuzzinut, good to see you. I'm feeling okay. Except for some smoke alarms are going off, but it's fine. Right, where are we with this guy?
To the old south, to the farthest outskirts of Revachol, through the checkered fields of farmland, upstream to the river Esperance, past Montmartin, the border approaches.
What's beyond the border?
You cannot see. It's out of the city. Up ahead, the mist blocks all sight. A gale blows across your cheeks. It is cold. Before you stands a tall lorry driver with sad eyes.
I haven't been catching these as much since I haven't beat the game. I wanted to, I mean, I feel like I'm a third in, is what I feel like, based on just what we've done and how much time is spent. But it's hard to say. What's in the southwest?
Excuse me?
Really, you can tell me.
Man, I don't know what to say. Not much anyone can do. There's no helping in absence, you know. I miss my family. They're all I have. My wife, second kid on the way, waiting all the way in Diora. And here I am stuck in this shit, so far from home.
Diora?
Diora of the Seven Seas. It's on the other end of Le Caillou, pretty much. On another island called Laurentide, off mainland. We've got a little place there. Can almost hear my kid laugh when it snows.
What's it like to miss someone?
What's it like? Good. And bad. An ache that brings you joy. I think of them a lot. I dream up these silly scenarios in great detail of living with them. It comforts me.
I think it's still fine to watch and serve different builds. You can do whatever you want, honestly. You can watch this, you can choose not to watch it, it's fine. I have been thinking about doing a build to deliberately fuck everything up on purpose. To just like, to try and make the case impossible to solve. I'm curious of trying that.
What about you, Cartman? You missing someone?
Is that what it is? This feeling?
I miss someone, but I don't know who it is.
I feel for you, my friend. It's bad enough to know who you miss. Missing like that doesn't feel like it has much of an upside. But, thanks for this. It's nice to talk to someone, and I know it wasn't easy to ask. I hope you find your way through your own troubles.
Oh, it's just nice. I'll see you later. Oh, I thought he was going to give me something for a second. Where's that old drunk lady? Ouch. There was someone around here. Were they there? Were they here?
A Stars Ryko, one of the finest Zhimsk-made motor carriages
Zhimsk?
ever. An oldie, but a goldie.
Who drives these?
Not many people outside of Grad. And Revachol West too, it appears.
Hey Kim, check this out.
A Stash Ryko KK2. That's a classic model. Never thought I'd see another one repainted after what happened last time.
Hold on, maybe I can press him. Do I know what happened last time?
No, only that the motor carriage is typically baby blue. The colors of Sigismund the Great, an ancient Zhimsk ruler. His banners were famously Zephyr and white.
Zephyr.
The colors of the Stars Ryko.
What color is Zephyr? I need to find this out now. Is it a color? An impure cobalt oxide. Oh, it's a whole... It's quite a nice shade of blue. Hang on. It's it's the shades of blue. What's confusing is the shades of blue has its own color, but then that's this shade of blue. They're like a thick, deep dark blue, which I don't know if that looks the same on everybody's screen, because this is the problem with digital colors, is you never know what they're gonna look like on two different screens, unfortunately. There's a Steam sale for building games. I was looking at trying to get keys and potentially sponsorships from this thing called Lurkit, because SteenH was playing something that came through that. Because I mean, the idea of getting money for streaming that's not tied to the viewers, I think, is very cool, because it takes the pressure off. Not that I particularly push it very hard. I figured that subs are just a matter of viewer number, because it seems almost directly that the number of viewers you have is the number of subs that you get, and that's been true the whole time I've been streaming, regardless of how well things have been going or how poorly they've been going. And I suspect that that's true for all streamers across the board. Although it's actually against the terms of service to talk about how much money you get, which is interesting. Which I haven't done. I've just told you those pieces of information. Let me guess. Blue and white are colors of Smesk. Someone painted it. Smesk mad, and boom, murder happened.
That's, well, yes, exactly it, more or less. Except it was a crowd of them. Tore him out of the vehicle and ran him over with his own tires.
Wow.
They said it was an honor killing, Hussar style. The James community protested the trial, flying the colors. 5,000 came to protest.
Just because he painted a car. To be honest, unless the terms are bad, any promotion deal will be fine. Yeah. The stream elements often will show some of that seem very good, although I think a lot of them are geared towards larger streamers. Like the Star Trek one was very good. The second Star Trek one didn't fucking work. There was one that was like play Fortnite for 2 hours, which to be honest, I should have just swallowed my pride and taken that one, because I think it was like 50 quid or something. 50 quid's 50 quid, right? Saw a fighting game commentator appear in a mobile game ad. Glad he's getting paid. Oh, interesting. What would I be in an ad for, I wonder? I don't know. I appreciate gameplay very highly and story quite highly, although I recognize that a game with a good story is often one with bad gameplay and vice versa.
Correction. 4,395. The fourth largest public protest of a criminal trial in Revachol.
I hate to correct you, Kim, but only 4,309. I'm not going to say that. What they sentenced the killers to?
4 years for murder in Reunion. The perps were remorseful. Their sorry knocked 8 years off the sentence. That's the system.
The prisons in the greater Revachol Industrial Harbour are already full. Prisoners are expensive to maintain. The longer the sentence, the larger the cost.
This is true. Imprisoning people is very expensive. Especially if you intend to kill them. Which I think they did say they have the electric chairs. Who is the mess community?
People we are paid to protect. Let's leave it at that.
Okay. Could our hanged man have been the driver of this car?
Could it be another Stajajko murder? You really should ask me to brief you on the case. But right now, I'm just gonna go ahead and guess the two aren't related.
I thought you did brief me on the case. I must have forgotten to do that. Before we proceed, I've got an opinion on the paint job.
Yes, detective?
I think it looks better brown and black.
Okay. I'm not going to honor kill anyone over this. But I've seen it blue and white. It's much better that way.
Oh, okay. Yeah, where's that? Oh, there she is.
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph in her hands. In the background, the radio plays.
Snap your fingers in front of her face.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Snap your fingers twice.
Where am I? Who are you?
Like a magician recalling a subject from hypnosis, you've jolted her back to reality.
The smile on her face has disappeared, replaced by the weary aspect of a cornered beast.
You're right, ma'am. You were out.
Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s.
Yeah, it's with contempt. When else would you be?
Back in Methka, during the time of the revolution. The sidewalks and cafes are filled with the young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buendero.
You can have both look at this one. I will say for a story-centric video game, the gameplay is probably some of the best of that genre, but I wouldn't necessarily compare it to other games like... What's the game with the best gameplay that I've ever played? I don't know. There's some, like, I think FTL's gameplay is pretty good, and I would say it's as good as that. I'm just thinking about pacing, I suppose. So yeah, no, I guess you're right. Saw KOTOR the other day. You've been told that's a goodie. KOTOR? Let me look that up. KOTOR. It's a place in Montenegro. Oh, Knights of the Old Republic. Yeah, I actually am kind of interested to get into that because I played Star Wars The Old Republic. Wait, hang on. Yeah, the MMO. And the multiplayer stuff might as well have not existed, but the all the sort of quests and interactions and the dialogue, I suppose, seemed pretty good and enjoyable at the time anyway. Excuse me.
Until you came along, that is.
Who's Gabriel Buendero?
This is Gabriel Buendero.
He shows you the photograph in the lavish amber frame. Take a look.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide brim hat. His hair is dark as an oil slick, and his jaw the most perfectly chiseled thing you've ever seen.
I'm gonna return to Deus Ex sometime. I keep trying to play Human Revolution and I'm so bad at it. But then it's been a long time since I tried to play it, so maybe I'm smarter now and I can give it another go.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen. And schoolboys used to memorize all his lines.
She leans back, savoring the world she's conjured up.
In all likelihood, it's a world that's only ever existed in her mind.
I take it you were in Mesk when you were young?
Someone was.
She nods as though her meaning were perfectly clear. Someone? Are those not your memories?
They are someone's memories, boy. What difference does it make if it's me or not? They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this, you know? All of this.
She seems to derive some bitter pleasure from this strange thought, as if the past will one day wipe the present away, like a tidal wave approaching.
You know, it's weird, but that idea actually quite moves me. You know, someday in the future, oh god, I'm gonna get emotional. Someday in the future, someone just won't give a shit about some awful opinion, right? Or some awful thing. And I don't mean that in a dismissive way. I mean, like, they will not have an opinion on it because it's been so long. And that's actually kind of comforting. Sorry to interrupt your dreaming, ma'am.
I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Loman. It was early spring, and the mine behind the Black Sun had just come out. The posters were 20 meters tall. Everything was golden.
Her eyes narrow and appears to take your measure.
While you, people, were tearing each other apart over your petty little revolution, in Meth, it was a golden age.
The Republic of Mesk is a massive confederation on the Isola of Muindi, the world's largest state by territory. It's a petro-state, a constitutional monarchy, and, as of recently, an outcast due to its tilt to the far right.
Britain. I was like trying to sum them up in my head. What comes to mind? Constitutional monarchy and an outcast due to its recent tilt to the far right. I have questions. Please, questions.
Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
If I should say, I don't even know. I can kind of do the H sound for some things. Can I do the R? No, I have to work up to that one a bit more. Hey, that's all right. She settles back against the railing of a motor lorry. Behind her, mountains of memorabilia, photos, and knickknacks line the dashboard.
There's something off about this woman. Tell her to show you the soles of her boots. Maybe she was at the hanging somehow.
Show me the soles of your boots.
Now what do you want with an old woman's boots, Sheriff?
Oh, she didn't roll it that time. It's important police business, ma'am.
I'm starting to think you should let me get back to Gabriel Buenguerro. You are no Gabriel.
She's wearing sturdy worker's boots, made of black leather. Buckles run across. The sole is also made of leather.
Now the other one, please.
Just before Gabriel, it was the coronation of Franco Negro. Now, there was a real man.
There's no aberration in the patterns you can see. She puts her foot down.
Moreover, the boots were size 37. Tiny. There are too many discrepancies in all this. Another discrepancy, although not boot-related, is the coronation of His Innocence Franco Negro, which happened 500 years ago.
Wait, what do you mean it was the coronation of Franco Negro?
It was. And then it was no more. And I was no longer holding my father's hand. He was no longer descending the stairs in Ryle. The crowd had gone silent. Perhaps it was another Herife who came and woke me up, looking at my boots, asking questions. Or perhaps it was one of the others in this carnival. I don't remember.
As she says carnival, she gestures to the empty square with the statue and the machines.
He's not the odd soul. These are not the boots that made the prince.
I could have told you that from just looking at them. The size is 37.
Okay.
The feet of a little girl, they fit well on the pedals.
What are you holding?
Diamonds.
Diamonds, really?
Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was?
What are you really holding?
Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine.
You don't know what you're holding?
I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean.
What if the cargo is contraband?
Then it's contraband, lawman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like bad hand Hermenegildo.
Bad hand? Hermenegildos' bad hand strangled 300 people. What can I say? Some people just really like strangling people.
I don't know why that's so funny. Just really like strangling. I don't understand this whole Buenadero thing.
Of course not. To truly understand the Boyadero, you need to listen to On the Western Plain.
The Boyadero, Boya for short, is a cowherder from upstream Magritte, the great steppes of northern Mesk. He is a rugged individualist and explorer.
Okay, what's that?
It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring Boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain.
And they live happily ever after?
Don't be stupid. The Boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man, one night. As he and his beloved are out walking along the river Margaret, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down.
In the background, you can hear the orchestra swell as the screen fills with the maiden's imploring eyes.
So, this is potentially one of the songs he can sing. So he gives up riding and settles down, right?
No. The Boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Margaret. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him.
That's not where I thought it was going.
You have to understand. A true Boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a Boyadero.
What if to truly love a Boyadero is to float lifeless downstream?
Before I came, you seemed away?
She's just a distracted old woman. We should maybe let her get back to her things.
So he doesn't think she's a smuggler?
You hear that, lawman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me.
Yeah, why is that, Lieutenant?
Nothing. I just don't think she's connected to anything.
He doesn't want your frail mind caught up in something here. Something unconnected to the case. But connected to this woman tuning out like that.
Should you drive a lorry if you get like that?
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best camioners around. I drive routes no one else will.
What routes?
Lomonosov's Land, Udashnaya Zemlya, the Western Plain.
These almost not like lorries, they're almost more like coaches in a way.
A terrible cold comes over her,
Little
rattling her teeth as she stares inward.
I guess lorries have like, they'll have little beds in the back of them or whatever, so I wouldn't mind doing that as a job. Maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe I just need to get was it HPV license? Live in a little lorry.
The Transcatolia Magistral. You for 1A. Adestradas do Mirador. All the good ones. The deep trenches. Where the bluebirds fly.
Opens her eyes again and shudders. I'm something of an expert in blacking out. You should take better care of yourself.
You're right, Lowman. I'm the one who should take my health more seriously. Thank you for looking out for me.
Very sorry once someone had their gaming PC in the truck that they play on their time off. Yeah. I think it would be stressful in the sense of like, where you live is your job, but also you can drive it around the different places. Human papillovirus license? No. It's like the heavy vehicle permission. I don't know. the heaviest permission of vehicle. You're allowed to drive a lorry basically.
Is that all
Game
you
of Fiends
woke
got
me
one
up
of
to
those.
say?
Heavy goods vehicle. There we go. HGV. That's it. I don't know where I got P from. Seem like a woman who knows a thing or two about drugs.
What do I need drugs for, Lowman? What I see, what I feel. The great adversary, no drugs can compare.
The adversary?
Yes. There is a protagonista and an adversario. I am on the side of the adversary. There's no coming back from that hole.
Those epithets are familiar somehow. The great adversary, the great unrest.
Where can I get my hands on an experience like that?
If you don't know,
He flicks her wrist in a gesture of casual dismissal.
Maybe if she thought you're corrupt.
I want to ask if you'd be interested in smuggling some drugs.
why would I want to do that?
For the thrill of the criminal lifestyle?
Lowman, what in the name of God are you talking about?
Fine.
Good. I don't care about drugs. Little molecules, they are nothing.
Thanks for now.
Yes, go. Enough jamboree. I need to get back to Mesky.
Huh. Interesting character. Very typical of an old sort of Spanish woman. I'm not sure if they're meant to be. But obviously, Spain doesn't exist in the same sense that France doesn't exist. But her accent sounds, whilst it sounds mostly Spanish, it sounds almost a little bit French. That makes me wonder if she's supposed to be like, is it Basque that's between France and Spain? Or no, that's the name of the peninsula. Andorra? Like one of those kind of places maybe? Ooh, is that money on the ground? Mine now. At the racist truck.
A lorry stuck in the
Yeah, that's
traffic
the
jam.
racist truck. Oops, ignore that. Okay, let's ask this guy.
Right to work! Right to
Oh, never mind. Alright, let's ask the racist who... Let's just assume he's pulling drugs, because I hate him.
Looking for something?
Oh, the racist mug. I found this... Actually, have I even looked at this mug properly? I can't remember if I actually spent the time on it. No, I don't think I did. Right, let's interact with it
It's
first.
just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much.
There's quite a lot to read into here. Look at all that content.
Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed away mug that you dug out of the garbage?
This mug is an example of prejudice. I'm going to use it as an example of what not to do. I'm going to push this in the face of a merchant I find them and tell them this is your inane ideology. This mug will be useful. By denouncing it, I can earn political capital but mask my badass hustling, fraud and embezzlement. You know, I wonder how much of that is a thing, right? The mug didn't belong in the trash. It was just a funny mug. Can't anyone laugh anymore? Fuck's sake. This is exactly the kind of thing that they say, isn't it? People can't laugh anymore. People can't tell jokes anymore. You miserable piece of shit. Yeah, this is an example of prejudice. I'm going to use it as an example of not what to do.
But it was in the trash. Why not just call it out when you see it? Or do some volunteering work? Just finish your case, detective.
See that on forums frequently? You should stop frequenting those forums, I think. But no, I get what you mean. It is a persistent thing. Just gonna... Broken-eared mug somehow made it into the dumpster. Depicts a person of Samaran descent frolicking in a field of saffron flowers. Book 2 for grinning feeble-mindedly. Ah, okay.
Looking for something?
Found a mug in the trash. Is this yours?
Oh man, that's great. Look at that guy go. Haven't seen anything that funny in a while.
Oh, I improved his life in some small way. Is it yours?
Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine.
Damn it.
He doesn't live in Martinez.
Fuck. Hang on, I need to see my cop stats now, I'm worried. Sorry cop, boring cop. No, I got a fascist point! Where did I get that from? Was it because of the mug? No! 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 Alright, delete the game. I didn't... I mean, hey, maybe this is an important lesson. When you're not careful about what you're doing, you are an ally to fascism.
Looking for something?
You're a lawman, right? What's your stance on drugs?
Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body.
He takes a long drag on his cigarette. Why not?
You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector.
That's funny considering that there's a very real claim that the drug money is being used to the manufacturing center here, but go on.
They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic sabotage.
Fuck's sake.
Perhaps it's good to agree to get him talking.
Okay, listen, I agree. It's our responsibility to keep this poison off the street of the river call, right?
He eyes you wearily, unsure how to respond. This goes on for about 2 seconds. Then, damn, it didn't work. You should have signaled you're a nationalist before.
Ah, fuck.
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you.
Puffs on his cigarette. What are you hanging around for? Most of the other commoners have left.
What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
I don't think he almost has not said anything without at least one, what I assume to be a slur.
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
I did see one lorry with the trailer doors open on my way here. Do you know what happened?
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling and Rags when some kip boys smashed his lock and took damn near everything. Lost his fucking job over it.
You say good debate, do you mean he was on your side, or... Well, that one barely interacting poster says that and then gets told about how things can have meaning. I mean, so long as people are making sure to fucking stamp that out, because the worst thing for me is that someone will say it, and I'll be the one to say, that's not okay, and then I'll learn that I'm in a space where I'm the only person that has that opinion. But sometimes I wonder if it's just me, if, like, maybe I think the right thoughts, I'm the wrong person to get through to them, you know?
Since you left, I haven't had anyone to talk to.
If they were getting drunk inside the Whirling in Rags, how could they know who broke into the lorry?
Yeah, how do you know?
What? Aren't we allowed to say that he's a kips who do all the stealing around here? That's not road to science, man.
What was the argument all about?
It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the races.
Ugh. Feeling very comfortable in the Doom community? Nice.
Not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge and all. You might want to change the topic. That is, bury your head under the sand like common sheep.
Oh, so you're just a racist. Makes sense.
I'm not just racist. Look, I've read books. The science of racial theory has all been proved, even if some people don't want to accept it.
I hate this. I feel like I interact with this exact kind of person just constantly. I'm so tired of it.
People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that.
Race is a simplistic means of social classification based on easily observed attributes, hunches, and pseudoscience.
Let me just reiterate that one because I think that's very important. Race is a simplistic means of social classification based on easily observed attributes, hunches, and pseudoscience. That is absolutely true. There is almost really nothing to it at all, except, like, say, easily observed attributes. For example, a skin color, a different shape of face, you know, all those sorts of things. You just look at people and make arbitrary judgments.
The lieutenant tries to remain impassive, but the slight arch of his eyebrow tells you that he's liking it.
There's almost something sexual about that. Maybe there is.
As arbitrary as any judgment, that doesn't make it less of a fact. We all have to use facts. Huh? Once you accept it, you'll gain the clarity of understanding.
I've already made up my mind.
Oh?
Want to hear it? Yeah, I'm not down with this. Why don't you go fuck yourself?
Don't push your luck, runt.
The man gives you a disgusted look and turns his attention elsewhere, ignoring your presence. Can I beat him up now?
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to
If
tell
it's
me
not
to
you,
fuck
who's
off
running
again?
drugs for Terminal B?
Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well.
Who's that?
He's a Samaran guy who likes to pretend he's some kind of businessman. Really, he's just selling his employer stuff. Stuff he stole after he broke the seals on his human
Oh,
story.
you mean the guy selling the t-shirts?
Just follow the smell. It smells like apricot and oil when you're nearby.
The lorryman lets out a raspy croak at his own sense of humor.
Yes, yes. Where is he?
Looks like I offended your partner there. Too bad. Sealang's usually a little bit south of here, near the canal. You can't miss him. Just watch yourselves.
Also, kind of fucked up that, like, Kim said something and instead he just talks to me instead.
His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood. He's your man, alright? 100%.
Fuck's sake.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself has to say.
Guess we need to pay him a visit then. I don't know that we do, because, like, the word of a racist is like, oh, you should suspect that person. So then, us as police, who have the ability to misunderstand anything.
Guess so.
But, I mean, I wanted to talk to him because I wanted to buy clothes. So, I don't know that the game will give us that many options. So I guess we're gonna go talk to him. Was he further south than this? I don't remember exactly where it was. I think it's this thing. Maybe? Around here? In my head, he's like around. Ah, here we go. Hello, friend.
You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks into a wide, welcoming
He looks
grin.
nice. He looks like a good friend.
The name Sealang is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer! Everything's cool here.
What's so cool?
Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer.
From out on the bay, a cool wind gathers. It sweeps into the city, tugging at the textiles hanging around the stand. Some distance away, the sound of a tin can clattering across the street can be heard.
That's funny. That's interesting that they've included that, because that really is something that you hear often with, like, wind in the city that no one ever really writes about. It's just some fucking can from somewhere. Some tin or something will get knocked about.
You're very cool. Bang, 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 bang!
Really? You think I'm cool?
What?
Oh, I meant to say I'm not
No.
cool.
I can't believe you said that! You know what you like. You like premium menswear. Look around and browse. Everything looks cool on a guy like you. Take your time.
Persuade him to give you some money?
Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there. This is about business, remember.
I'm gonna scout him? Alright. Hey, you look like a really successful entrepreneur. Would you like to support a member of the local police force?
Oh, okay. But why, officer?
Think of it as an investment.
An investment? What kind of investment?
Investment me, a highly experimental human being. My risk ratio reward is the same. A policeman investigation, good relations to the RCM. Investment in your customers. Gotta prime the pump up. Let's try that first one.
I guess it can't be any riskier than speculating in exotic derivatives. How much are we talking about here?
5 real, 10 real, 1 million real. 10 real.
10 real is a bargain
Wow.
for that kind of investment. You got it, my man.
He takes a 10 note from a leather pouch. Wow, okay. Where are you from?
Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All revolution.
Plus, he's probably been asked that about 1,000,000 times by fucking racist lorry drivers.
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samaran Isola.
Yeah, better not to mention. Sounds good. Let's get back to business then.
Very cool. I like your style, officer.
So, what's your stance on drugs?
Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs.
I'm super into drugs.
That's very cool. A lot of the coolest detectives do drugs. Sadly, I don't have any drugs on sale. Or at my home, or on my person.
He smiles. We're looking for a lorry driver who's transporting drugs at the harbour. He or she is in this traffic jam.
That's
Are
even
they?
cooler. You investigating that and all. But, I am not a lorry driver. I'm just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that.
A blatant lie, sire. Yet he tells it with such conviction. We'd believe him if we didn't know better.
But you are a lorry man. Another driver's identified you in your lorry.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
I mean, he is.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole. I'm... Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream.
You were embarrassed to tell me?
No, I just forgot. It's such a small part of my life. It's in the rear view mirror now. I'm climbing out of that hole. With ingenuity.
Stop squirming. Do you know about the drug operation at the harbour? I don't want to tell him to stop squirming. I like him so much.
Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd.
And what crowd is that?
Hi, Luna Sky. Good to see you.
Crowd. You know, the drug crowd.
We're just talking to a street vendor to see if he knows anything, because that's what we're running out of leads. We're just moving through whichever one we have.
No, he wasn't talking about an abstract crowd. It was that crowd. He doesn't want to talk about them. He's afraid.
Who are you afraid of?
Look. There's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I've spent 15 years working my way up.
Here we go. There's a tiny bit of truth on the table. Zoom in on it.
What buddies select? Help us out. No one will know it's you.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady.
I assume they mean in the polite sense and not in the transphobic sense, or at least I hope so. Is the lady driver the old woman back there? Dazed out? Strange?
I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved. I told you.
It could be. She was strange. He's not ruling her out.
Who are these other drivers who talk?
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool now? I really want us to be cool now.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoo?
Oh, the other one, who is also a racist.
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos.
Okay, we're cool now.
All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can walk away from here with funky sunglasses, detective.
Ooh.
Both of you. You deserve it.
Look around, thank you. Funky sunglasses, Kim. Did you hear that? Funky sunglasses? Please say you have funky sunglasses.
You see two lowly, defeated speakers, thralls, slaves basically, perched atop them like conquerors surveying the land. A pair of found, durable wear sneakers, ultra serious.
I can see you have a taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those sneakers?
Inspect the sneakers.
A pair of found ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple. A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochrome colorway, a jet black upper, and a silver-lined midsole.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest found sneakers. Super air, super fine, super cool. Only 50 real.
I don't have that kind of money.
Only? That's madness. Found ultra. Wear the future. You remember the slogan from some magazine.
Let's have a look at the speakers.
These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable found ultras atop them.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here.
But I already looked at the sneakers.
Then look at them again. These are the premium lifestyle sneakers, officer. The best on the market.
Can I just buy the sad conquered Sumerian speakers?
No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk.
Well, that's why I want them. I think I might be lo-fi socialist junk myself.
No, officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Lucky for you, I've got the best on sale.
You know what, Em? I don't even know it myself. I want the speakers.
Well, if you want them... But see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground.
Sneakers, speakers, sneakers, speakers.
If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra. 50 cents?
Hello.
Damn. So you have to buy the sneakers first.
That's fine. I was just curious about them anyway. I really want these sunglasses he mentioned. Funky sunglasses.
There's a pile of cheap
yes!
sunglasses in a small box. A variety of shapes and colors.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
Vendor takes a pair of sunglasses, sticks them under your nose. Let's try them on.
Abort. These are hideous. What's more, they don't even fit your face. You can feel them pinching your nose and chafing against your brow.
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret. They're practically made for you. I'll let you have them for 2 real and 50 cents.
I mean, I want to because I'm a huge sucker for someone that's like that enthusiastic and nice. But if they don't fit, then...
No, you are definitely not buying those.
It's gonna stop me from buying bad sunglasses. I'm too sensible for these.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you. You should think this through, officer.
Let's look in the box.
These are all boring. Boring third-rate ho-hum sunglasses made of cheap Syrahese plastic. The kind of plastic that melts in the sun. Those UV stickers are almost certainly just there for the show. If anything, these lenses probably direct more UV light into your pupils. A UV magnifier.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, Super material, very cool. UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work.
Conceptualization formidable. Try again if you can to find some interesting. There's gotta be like a good pair, right?
No luck.
No.
All you find is this lime-colored cellophane visor, produced by a bargain sportswear brand called Amphibian, apparently. There's a malformed green frog on its bent cap.
Oh, that visor is perfect for you, officer. It'll definitely keep the sun out of your eyes while you're shooting criminals. Bang, bang! And all for a mere 6 real.
Kim, are firefights something we should be prepared for?
I hope not.
You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem. Let's get you some real shades.
It's a sports visor, so I don't think I'd be able to wear my hat at the same time, but then I don't know that I would be able to wear any of them. Shades of self-destruction. Or increased perception. Let's even buy both of them, to be honest.
Sporty and practical, officer. Good choice.
I'll take those ugly glasses, please.
A good starter pair, officer. And when you're ready to upgrade, come back and see me.
Oh, I have exactly 20 real. That's an interesting coincidence, isn't it? Oh, there is a glasses slot. So, does this go... No, it's a hat, so we can wear both of them together. Perception, beady, suspicious eyes. Electrochemistry, but minus logic. Suicidal ideation. Oh no. These death-tinted shades come with an odd longing for self-destruction. They're ugly. You don't need a mirror to know this. Describing them is futile. Better get a set of wine. The malformed green frog on the visor seems to keep an eye on your surroundings. A beady, suspicious eye. The lime-tinted cellophane appears to be poorly molded. The imprint says in Safwe. Safwe? I don't know how to say that. I do like my hat though, because sunglasses and a hat. It is funny just to like... Okay, well that starts to look like something else entirely, isn't it? But I think that's what I'll do. I'm gonna go around with these sunglasses that Kim hates.
Yes?
Tell me about the case.
What do you want to know?
Now they've inspected the case, the scene, I want to know about this pissing competition you mentioned.
What's there to say? It's just stupidity.
Kind of stupidity.
The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the Industrial Harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here. And now it's come to its natural conclusion.
Ah, so it's a struggle over who runs Martini.
Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
So he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary.
That's very interesting. So, because he didn't want it to get fucked up, he offered himself to be their best and brightest.
Somewhere in your mind hangs a dark green blackboard. There are 2 columns. One says, cases solved. The other, confirmed kills.
Close your eyes.
The rows are endless.
Look for Precinct 41.
Jean Vicmer, Judith Minot, a special consultant. What was his name? Then the rows degrade into green nothingness. Your brothers have left you.
So you volunteered to spoil it?
Yes. I'm an unrepentant spoil sport.
Lieutenant appears pleased with this. For some reason I thought you had 104 solved cases.
Well, technically. The official record keeper has been known to double count murder-suicides.
A common accounting gimmick used to inflate precinct stats.
Huh. So you're still a good cop, right?
I'm good enough for this case. I'm not here to compete. I came because I had to. My fellow officers, the sergeants in particular, would have made this scene into a circus.
What's special about Martinet?
Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Most of our colleagues don't even know how to get here. North of the interchange doesn't exist.
A tremble comes over you. Another after effect of ethanol poisoning, perhaps. Feels like leaves do when they rustle in the breeze, somewhere far away, below the turbine. The 41st and the 57th. The lieutenant was right. It's not about who gets what's north. It's about who doesn't.
I wonder what this says about me, that I was sent by my station. Raises an eyebrow, thinking it best let to make you the next move.
It's all part of the master plan, you see.
I mean, right, I'm gonna read the options because there's a few here. I'm a highly experimental cop, but if I am right, this is a all trait. Even by my standards, I don't know what that means. I was sent to teach you a lesson in style. There can only be one conclusion. I'm the finest we have. A hero cop sent to outperform you in every way imaginable. I must be an augury, an apocalyptic omen sent by my people. Can you guess my message? Don't be scared, but I think I might have supernatural abilities. I probably have an unbelievable kill count. I'm gonna leave why I was sent unspecified. I think it's more likely that I'm a bad omen sent by people because they don't think I'm very good.
No.
Okay, I'm not an ogre. I don't know why I said that then.
Was there anything else you wanted to ask about the competition?
Enough of the competition.
Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
Why did the 41st send me? Sylvie suicide jokes. Roy mentioned suicide. So +1 on both of those for suicide.
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to slight Precinct 57.
Oh, that can't be right. Makes more sense than the other stuff I thought of.
Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late wearing piss-stained disco garb. You weren't sent here to win.
Kim, what if my precinct sent me on this case because I'm a fuck-up, like as a joke?
I've considered it.
His voice is somber, so it's true.
It would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional. But I also think it's somewhat unlikely.
Why is that?
I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win.
Ah, so you are their finest.
I am the finest of nothing.
Do you really see me as a safe bet?
Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet. But it's there. So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise.
That healed my morale. Thank you. I want to talk about you.
Me?
Yes, you.
I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation.
We'll work better together if we have more rapport.
That's a fair point. All right, for the good of the investigation, what do you want to know?
You ever talk with yourself?
What do you mean?
You know, when you're thinking, do you have conversations with your brain?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills must be rather rudimentary. The lieutenant is a police officer of the old school. His concerns are material and extrinsic. But this isn't an old school case.
I get it. You're one of those old school detectives.
So what? That makes you the new school? God spare us. For real detective work, nothing beats a good notebook by your side.
The lieutenant produces his familiar mnemotechnique A6 and idly thumbs through a few pages. That's where his conversations with himself take place. We all have our different mediums. His is written.
Tell me a secret about yourself.
No.
Yes. Oh, okay.
The lieutenant nods.
I don't want to ask him about his glasses or that he looks different, because I know that he's uncomfortable about that, and him looking different is because he's of a different ethnicity, which is also going to be a bad conversation. I mean, let's just see where the glasses one goes, and then if that doesn't work, then we'll...
That's correct.
You feel a slight urge to put the lieutenant down for this, but you can't quite muster enough testosterone.
No, I don't. No, I don't. Physical instrument, legendary failure. Oh, okay. Glasses are cool, I guess.
Are they? They're mostly just cumbersome.
You could use a good, normal pair yourself.
Fuck it, let's roll into it, I guess. You don't look like other people around here.
That's because I'm half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul. So was my grandmother, but from my mother's side. It's not an interesting topic.
What is Seoul?
It's a part of the world, officer. A geopolitical entity, and a geographic division. I told you it wouldn't be interesting.
Seoul is a protectionist, isolationist, pan-Isolari state west of the Insulindian Isola. Actually, it's quite interesting. Some would even say mysterious.
You're only making it sound uninteresting. I want to know more about Seoul.
You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't speak a word of Seolite. I've never met either one of my grandparents, and I've never been to Seoul. I'm a regular Revacholière.
Seems proud of these things. Yeah, I mean, you're right. I'm
a point of pride to him.
Purely out of curiosity for the game, I don't think that would be the kind of question I would ask someone.
He's glad to have shut down your question.
That's all for now.
Good. Let's change the subject.
You seem to be following me.
Excuse me?
Nothing, just an observation.
You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide.
What do you mean distinctive?
I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the Jamrock Shuffle. Officers from Jamrock's 41st Precinct tend to move a bit erratically.
How's that?
They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic, yet thorough. Prioritizes containers.
That's literally what I've been doing, because that's the way the game works. Why containers?
I don't know. Containers contain, I guess. I'm making assumptions. We should move on.
Passing along frivolous interdepartmental stereotypes is not usually his oeuvre. He regrets bringing it up.
That is very funny though, because they've kind of rationalized a gameplay mechanism into like the world in a story sense. The people from my precinct just have a habit of running across opening things. Oh, I wanted to buy more clothes.
You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep browsing those clothes. Keep saving that economy.
I want to buy the windbreaker.
Gotta prepare for springtime, right?
Because now we've got we have this. I mean, it's great. It doesn't match anything that I have at all. It increases my composure as opposed to esprit de corps. Or we could have a... Oh, that's the shirt. No, I'm taking that one. I do like this sort of Dick Mullen approach that I've been taking to this. I feel like that's going to be important somehow. Right, the jam mystery. Find out who the lady driver is and where's her lorry. Where would I even... Who would I even talk to? I mean, we can ask the old woman again. I don't think it's her. There's a few times now where there's been just like a missing person and that would fill in the gaps, and I have a weird feeling like it's gonna be the same person, and I have an even stranger feeling like it's gonna be the boat lady, because she's definitely been running around here doing stuff. Maybe even more than what we've already talked about.
Lowman, you caught me at an opportune moment. This awful weather keeps me awake. You can entertain me with your questions.
Alright, are you the lady driver? The lady
You just
driver?
call me a lady, Herife.
Well, aren't you a lady?
The woman's malevolent cackling fills the roundabout.
I'm a lady like you are, Gabriel Buenguerro. Only in dreams.
Oh, my morale. So you're not the driver everyone is terrified of?
I'm only terrifying to small children, and to those who used to know me.
I'm getting extremely strong trans vibes.
Yeah, it's not her. Believe me.
Why are you scary to people who used to know you?
Because they can no longer recognize the person I once was.
Then who's the female driver I was told of?
How should I know? Do I look like I spend a lot of time with the other communers sniffing around when I have my movies to go to? Oh, Sim.
Thank you for now. Unless they just mean it in the sense of like ladies and gentlemen. But I got a little trans flag in my head for a second there. Not sure what to do other than sort of cross-reference with different people and see what they say different to each other.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help?
No, we're still good. Might have to go talk to the union people. Sorry, I have like a little tickle in my throat. It was a lot worse a couple of days ago. So that's a good sign because I think it's going away. But it does mean I keep like doing little coughs and like that's got not sound great. Hey, what's up, everybody?
I've got nothing to say to you.
Why
are you wasting your time?
Are you the hardy girl?
I am not.
Says dryly.
You could be Liz. You could be anything. You could even be a model.
Even a mod? Glenn, I went to law school. I am an attorney.
He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of Le Debutante International.
He's right. You're very pretty.
The cold look in her eyes speaks louder than words. She is not amused. It's not her. She's not a hardy girl. Definitely.
Alright then.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Titus does not look particularly happy to see you. I want to talk about the hanging.
Again, just get the dead guy's autograph, since you're his biggest fan.
Good one, Titus.
Never mind.
About fucking.
There was nothing to say that I hadn't already said. I talked to any of them individually? I don't imagine so. No, I got the impression that they're a unit. There's gotta be other things. I think there's other places that I can go. Potentially. Even though I feel like I sort of reached the limit. Especially considering like the bridge in the south was where it was. Wish I had a better idea what to do. But then I think maybe that's time for a stopping point actually, because we've done 4 hours. I know the other streams I kept going to about 5 hours. But that was usually because we would start a conversation with someone and that would keep going somewhere and I just didn't want to stop. But today I'm quite tired, so I think we'll stop the stream here. Let me just find somebody to raid. Who is on? Let us see who. Oh, Gamer Fiend's on. Animification is on. Chris Shreddit's on. some other people that I know. Max Keely's on. Big Taffman's just started. I'm not sure. Oh, Soy Milk's on. Oh, we'll definitely raid Soy Milk then. Soy Milk is currently trying to get a partner, which I genuinely thought they already had it because they're that good of a streamer. I was actually sort of surprised to see that they didn't. I don't know why I thought they did, but they don't. They are an incredible streamer. They're a credit to anything that I've seen them a part of. They do so much work like tirelessly, not just on Twitch but like outside of Twitch as well. I'm extremely impressed. They should definitely get partner. So if we go and we go and watch them, oops, sorry, watch their stream, support the stream, get some other people to come watch the stream as well. I really think that we can push that through soon, and I hope that we do. You know, it would be nice to come through for someone like that, and I could think of nobody more deserving than Chi-Chi. So go over, go say hi. They're lovely, honestly. They're a wonderful person. And thank you so much everyone for being at the stream here today. Yeah, it's some issue with not having the camera and some graphical issues. I was a little bit worried that OBS wouldn't run, but thankfully it did make it through. I'll be uploading this to YouTube as well. If you search for He's a Resume on YouTube, I have a YouTube channel. At the moment I'm just putting these VODs here. I guess maybe that's something I want to be in the habit of. And it's nice because this game all comes to a whole section. Yep, thank you very much. Thank you for being here, everybody. And I'll see you tomorrow, 4 p.m.